All right, we are live. See if this works. It's been a long time since I've done this, so we'll be live all night long. See how this goes. I got a sneaky feeling the first 30 minutes is going to be a lot of troubleshooting, but we're gonna have how we're gonna do this. So I will have the actual ESPN draft in my headset. So I'll be listening and watching ESPN's broadcast. So if you're watching this stream and you want to literally watch along, then watch with the ESPN side of things. If you watch with the ESPN broadcast, and you'll be synced up with me. On the screen, I obviously can't show ESPN's broadcast. I'll get shut down. So we're going to have the ESPN draft tracker just kind of on the screen. Vane, yo, what's happening? Welcome. How's it going? Much appreciated you sliding up in here. Yeah, get involved in chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be here all night long, the entire first round of the draft. We're not waiting. We're not just watching the top 10 or just watching until the Saints pick. We're going to watch the entire thing. So get involved in chat, Q&As, whatever y'all want to talk about, anything like that, feel free to fire off in chat. Hurricane Mike. Hey, James, what's happening, my man? Oh, this is sweet. So this is the first time I've ever done the multi-stream. So I can see where all of the chat is coming from. So that's cool. So much appreciated. How's everybody doing tonight? What are we thinking? Ladies and gentlemen? Are we thinking offensive line for the Saints? Are we thinking something else? I saw a tweet from Nicholas, from Nick Underhill, and he said Jeff Ireland mentioned that they're not going to force offensive line. They're not going to force a tackle or anything like that at 14. They're gonna kind of weigh their options. Now, is that legit? I don't know. We'll wait and see. But I do like that Ireland is at least saying that. Knowledge seeker, tight end. Only one tight end, in my opinion. If you don't go Bowers, then you just scratch tight end off the list. Captain Nodier, Brian Thomas under. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, I like this. Thank you, Captain. Captain with a Y. I like that. Very edgy. So we're going to talk bets. So I obviously huge sports bettor. So we got wagers going on. My biggest wager, the one that I'm watching for the most, is J.J. McCarthy to go exactly at number 5. I'm expecting the Chargers to trade out of 5, Minnesota to trade into 5, and take McCarthy. And I'll tell you why. Because I think they have to go to 5 to avoid the New York Giants. I think the Giants would take McCarthy if he's there at 6. Brian Thomas under 19.5 plus 180. I like the number. Plus 180 is strong. Thomas could go top 15. He could go top 15. Let me take a look at the board here. So if Thomas is going to go under 19.5, he's got to go to the Rams, Bengals, Jaguars, Seahawks. I don't think he goes 14 or higher. I'd be surprised if he went to any of those teams. But I could see Thomas going to LA, the Bengals, especially with the T. Higgins situation. I could see that. Yeah, I think that's not bad. That's not bad. I'm thinking Joe Alt, especially James Hurst's retirement. Yeah, I mean, Joe Alt would be sweet. You know what's crazy about that? So the Joe Alt thing, like, what have we heard all the lead up to the draft? We've heard Joe Alt's the best lineman ever. We've heard Olu Fashanu. We've heard the same 4 names, right? Well, then now today I'm hearing J.C. Latham is going to go number 5. I've heard Latham is going to go to the Chargers. I saw a mock draft today where Olu Fashanu went 30th. 30th. How crazy is that? 30. And we're talking about taking him at 14. We've seen mocks of him going at 8, or not 8, but 9, 10, somewhere in there. I'm telling y'all, the offensive lineman thing, it's all over the board. Anybody but a running back. Yeah, we're not taking a running back. That's the one thing where I don't think it's. We could take one later. We could definitely take a running back later. But as far as the first round, what we will be seeing tonight, there is no That and quarterback are the two things that the Saints will not draft in the first round. Ready, sub Who Dat Nation? Oh, what's up, Divine Eternity? What's happening? It's crazy. I recognize all these names from the comment section. Awesome stuff, and I really appreciate y'all being up in here. It's gonna be a fun night. I can't wait to watch this. I can't wait to watch the. I love the draft every year, for sure. Let's see. Carl Johnson, ready to pick an offensive lineman from North Dakota College of Agriculture. Yes. But if we did that, the way that we would do it is we would draft the offensive lineman from North Dakota College of Agriculture, and then we would say, well, they're 2 years away, and they would be on the practice squad. They would do all that, and we would never see them play. I'm going to be here for 10 minutes. Hey, I appreciate it. All 10 of those minutes. Let's make them count. Baton Rouge, baby. Who dat? It all depends on if anyone drops. One of the analysts on NFL Network said Marvin Harrison Jr. might drop out of the top 10. Nah, I don't think so. I think he could drop. He could drop, but I don't think he'll drop out of the top 10. The wide receiver needy teams in the top 10 are Arizona, the Chargers, the Giants. You could argue the Titans, the Bears, the Jets. All those teams would take Harrison. So I don't think he falls out of the top. He could slide. I wouldn't be surprised if he slid, but I'd be shocked if he slid past 10. Who dat, baby? Let's go. Bambino, how's it going? Chandler, who dat? Ellis, I think we should trade back if Fashanu, Fuaga, Bowers, and Dallas Turner are off the board. Man, it's crazy about Turner. So Dallas Turner, I've seen him sliding big time. I've seen Latu as the first defender, and I've seen Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle out of Texas. So it's going to be interesting to see which defensive player goes first. Oh, Crafty. Oh, my God. An actual goat in the chat. An actual goat in the chat. And then, boom, Crafty with a resub. 46 months. Absolute, a tear to my eye, my friend. A tear to my eye. How have you been, Crafty? Good to see you in here, man. You're a dog, James? I'm the best. I'm the best. I'll tell you this right now. No one's doing what we're doing. We're on a different level. I appreciate all y'all. Everyone that's been supporting the YouTube channel. Everybody that's been supporting all that. I mean, we've been blowing up. It's been a crazy year. It really has. It's been an insane year. It's just going to get bigger. It's just going to get bigger and better. Bottom line, we're going to keep doing stuff like this. More daily videos, multi-videos a day, stream. I mean, it's just we're on another level. Really want Bowers at tight end. Yeah, same. Bill Belichick has Saints team needs offensive tackle, wide receiver, cornerback in order. I don't know about that. I mean, Belichick knows more than I do, right? Well, granted, we're both doing the same thing. Neither one of us are coaching, so I would rank the team needs offensive lineman. Tackle's interesting. Okay, now hear me out. Now, I keep hearing about tackle, right? I keep hearing offensive tackle. With Hurst retiring, we almost need a guard more than we need a tackle. So, and then it's like, man, do you take a guard at 14? Probably not. So if you're talking about strictly need, wide receiver, yeah, I mean, we could use wide receiver be a good, I mean, I think wide receiver is a great position for us to target. If a Dunze or someone like that fell and we're sitting there, it's like, yeah, I would rather take that wide receiver over a guard, and then we'll figure out the guard stuff later. But if we went into the season with, Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed and Malik Neighbors or Roma Dunze, like that'd be strong. I made my 32 mock draft for the Hurricane Mike show. All right, there you go. Who you got the Saints? Who you got the Saints? Next year we need to set up a draft watch party at a bar Nola somewhere and have everyone come hang. Yeah. No, that'd be cool. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, man. Like we're blowing up, so all that stuff's possible. Who knows? Who knows? James, I love you, and I love all the supporters. Breadwinner Bryce, flex in the name. I mean, just calling it out. Boom. And like when you think, like he could have just made the name Bryce, but he said, nah. I need to let the people know. I need to let the people know who's paying the bills. I got to let the people know who's bringing in the cash, and that's the boy, Breadwinner Bryce. Unless you're a baker. If you're a baker, then it's completely different. You know, if you're just an actual like breadwinner, if you make croissants, if you make danishes, different story. Let's see, I'm getting lost here. I followed your Madden franchise. Yeah, man, Madden franchise has been doing really well. I've really been surprised. I've really been surprised, but it's been doing really well. So thank y'all for watching the Madden channel. Hey, by the way, before we keep on going, if you want to watch what I'm watching, so I'm actually watching the ESPN broadcast, and I have it in my headset, and that's what I'll be reacting to. I also have Twitter and all that stuff pulled up. So if y'all want to watch the same broadcast as me, that's what I'll be mostly reacting to. I know people watch different networks and all that stuff. Fast and growing channel in sports media. # keep working. That's from the boy, Anthony Wayne. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. We are. 100%. We are. I mean, I've said it once and I'll say it again with the fastest growing channel. No one else has the growth in 1 year. Yo, James, what's up, brother? What's happening, Cajun Legend? I still take Bowers? Yeah, same. I just went Bowers. I know, man. I know. Can get a guard in free agency. Yeah. Look, I've been saying that. Like, I really think that offensive line, like, I keep hearing that if people say, well, we don't have an offensive line. I understand that. I understand. I'm not saying our offensive line is great. I think right now we have 3 offensive linemen. I mean, I'm basically the starting left guard, but we can address that somewhere else. Like 100%. You can address that, free agency, trades, veterans. Like if an impact player is there, Dallas Turner, Latu, any of the wide receivers, Bauer, you got to really take a look at it, man. You got to really take a look at it. Damn, I don't win the bread. Oh, Bucks. What's up, brother? Good to see you, Bucks. How you been, man? You've been traveling all over the place, huh? Every time I see you on Instagram, Bucks, you're somewhere else. Were you at Coachella? I think I saw you in one weekend. You were at the F1. You're at Coachella. You're all over the place, man. I got to live like Bucks. Favorite Saints channel? Whew. Favorite channel. Philip, how's it going, man? Who dat, James? Who dat? Joe Alt definitely won't be there at 14. No, I do not. I don't think so. I don't think he will either. We'd have to move up for Alt. But Alt could be there at 7. Okay. Alt could be there at 7. I think that's a trade. You could trade up there. And if Alt, let me just say this. Okay, let's go to the draft board. Let's say Alt slips past 5. Let's say the Chargers take J.C. Latham. The Giants aren't going Alt. The Titans maybe, but again, you could trade to 7. But let's say the Titans don't take Joe Alt. Atlanta's not taking him. Chicago's not taking him. Are the Jets taking him? Maybe. But that's 10. That's in territory. So I don't think Alt is realistic at 14, but if he slips past 5, we can talk about it. Last minute, who you got going at 14? If I had to bet on it right now, I'd probably go, and no trades, okay? No trades. I'd probably go Fatanu. And I'll tell you why I'd go Fatanu. Because I think you have to have a guy who can play tackle or guard. Because if Ramczyk is out, you probably have to have someone that can play right tackle. If Trevor Penning sucks, which spoiler alert, he does, then you got to have a guy who can play left tackle. And if James Hurst retires and we don't have a left guard, you got to have someone who can do that too. And I think Fatanu is the most versatile of the offensive linemen, so I think we go him at 14. How do Bucks and I get mod on YouTube? Dude, I have no idea. I have no clue, brother. I have no clue. I got to figure that out. Saints about to shock the fan base. I feel it, maybe. When does it start? 7 o'clock. 7 p.m. Central. Yo, Robert, what's happening, man? Full-time Noves? Dude, I hope so. Maybe. We're kind of trending in that direction. Low-key feel like this is going to be a crazy draft for us. I think it'll be a crazy draft. I do. I think it'll be a crazy draft. I think we'll see a lot of trades. I think we'll see a lot of movement. I think it could be a really crazy draft. James, as you are the fastest rising star in the Skrmetta-verse, you get my only mock. Whew. Jaw phone. I mean, that might be the comment of the day. Why do you think no one to sign Hunter Renfrow? Old, slow, bad knees. Sounds like me. Skrmetta Nation, hey, stand up. Mr. Whodat all day. How's it going? Whodat? James, you the realist for the stream? I love to hear that. 19 days left of school. The countdown begins. Ain't nothing like summer. Ain't nothing like summer. You know, actually, let me take that back. What's better than summer is Christmas break. Because summer, usually, you got to get a job. You got to do, summer job, whatever. Christmas break, you just wild out of control for like a month. You just say, hey, I'm staying up all night long. I'm doing whatever I can do. I'm living my life. The Christmas break greater than summer. Crazy how I started watching James because of how bad Carr was playing. It was a crazy season. It was a really crazy season. Loomis will take the best player available and sort out the O-line in free agency. I think that's about right. Jeff Ireland today, the boy Nick Underhill reported that Jeff Ireland said that they're not going to force offensive line. They're going to take a look at, the board. So I think they could get creative. You think A.T. Perry will take a step this year? He seemed to be a decent, bigger body target with decent hands for contested jump balls. I think he's all right. I mean, I think A.T. Perry's okay. But the thing, I think a lot of players, like, this is going to sound bad, but not all players take that jump. You know what I mean? Like, some players just are who they are. They're just in the role that they're in. So, like, I think A.T. Perry is a good third or fourth option, but we need somebody like parallel to Olave. Like, I like A.T. Perry as a 3. I like him as a 4. If you told me A.T. Perry's our second receiver, I don't know if I like that too much. Skrmetta live. Let's go all night. Whole thing. We're rocking and rolling. Track Dreams was happening. What about Graham Barton from Duke? I like him. The problem with Graham Barton is that he's just lower. He's just lower on the board. But he's a good example of, like, you trade down for a Graham Barton, right? You trade down from for Graham Barton and you get some draft capital. You don't take Graham Barton at 14. I feel something big coming. Since when could you go live on Twitter? Elon Musk, man. Bengals have drafted tight end with the first pick plus 11-1. Captain, I like that. The Bengals could go tight end. If I mean, they'd have to move around, but I like that. If they trade up. 14. Okay, we got a prediction here. 14 offensive tackle, wide receiver, 45. McConkley's going to be gone. McConkley will be gone. McConkley's going in the first round. So glad Jeff Ireland is open to taking best player available at 14 and not paint. Yep, same. Skrmetta is better than the Marvel Metaverse. Hey, Marvel's kind of struggling right now. Marvel's struggling and we're shooting up. Catching you live from, what is it, Iowa? IA is Iowa, right? The Hawkeye State? Much respect. Love Iowa. Brad Banks, former quarterback at Iowa, 2005. I loved Brad Banks. I played with Iowa in, like, NCAA football 2004, 2005. And I loved Iowa. That was the year. I mean, you talk about who else is pulling random Iowa knowledge. And I really hope IA is Iowa, because if it's not, then all this knowledge is completely wasted. But who else is pulling this out? With the Brad Banks year, that's when Iowa lost to USC, I believe in the Orange, maybe the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Palmer and USC smoked them. Somebody double check me on that. King James, there we go. Without any mods, Moneyball might come up in red. Dude, Crafty, I think about that all the time. I think about Moneyball all the time, dude. You know he's out there just being an absolute goblin somewhere. You know he's out there just being a goblin. Why? I understand the arguments against taking Bauer at 14. How can you watch KC and Sanford, even the line, and not want a franchise tight end? Yeah, look, great point. Humbled anime enthusiast. Sounds like my boy Bucks. But 100%. Like, think about it, guys. Think about this. What was the AFC Championship game? What was the NFC Championship game? Name the 4 tight ends. Who are they? What was it? Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce, Sam Laporta, and George Kittle? I don't know, man. It seems like tight end's kind of important. Like, it's obvious right now that some of the best offenses in the NFL all go through the tight end. Like, it's just the game has changed, you know, like, and man, I really hate the whole thing of like, oh, he's a tight end. You can't draft a tight end that high. That's like, tight ends now are basically receivers. If Brock Bowers, it's, you know what the difference in Brock Bowers going top 10 and him not going top 10 is? The fact that it says TE next to his name and not WR. Like, we got to be thinking on a different level, you know, like we can't just look at positions and all that stuff. You got to get in where you fit in today's NFL. Best case scenario, trade down for an O-lineman. Worst case scenario, trade up for an O-lineman. That's actually kind of true. I had to think about that for a second. That kind of put my brain into a finger trap there. It kind of put me into a trance for a second. But I think that's true. I think, well, I say that, but if we trade up, like if we trade from 14 to 10 to get Joe Alt, I'm okay with that. But if we trade from 10 to 7 to get J.C. Latham or something, and I don't know about that. Can the Saints draft someone as good as Dalton? Derek Lord, I can see, has been watching the Madden franchise. Dude, how about Dalton Drew? Come on, brother. He might honestly set the rookie. He might honestly set the rookie record. Who on our roster do you think we could possibly trade this draft? I mean, it's always Marshawn, right? It's always Lattimore. Lattimore is the guy who's always in the trade conversation, and he's the guy who could bring the biggest value. My whole thing with Marshawn is like, if you trade him, are you asking for a first? And if you're asking for a first, what do you trade him for? That's always the question. Anyone agree that we should get Jordan Travis in the 5th or 6th? I love Jordan Travis. I would love to get him in the 100%. If we could get him in the 6th round, I'd be all for it. All for it. Travis could be the successor to Derek Carr. 100%. Big fan. 14 Bowers, 2nd pick, Patrick Paul, and sign free agent guard, and there's 10 wins. Boom. Forgive has it figured out. Straight up Goblin. Yeah, man. Moneyball, he's out there. Who Dat Nation, stand up. We here. We are here. Keon Coleman gone before 45? Yeah, he will be. Yeah. Coleman's only problem is that he's kind of slow. But, you know, I mean, I don't think... I wonder about that too, you know, like the 40 time stuff. Like, I wonder how much that matters anymore. I think that's kind of an old school way of looking at it. Are the Pelicans cooked? Yeah. Pelicans are heartless, spineless. They make me want to vomit. They make me want to just goosebump, just vomit all over my chest every time I watch them. The Pelicans got to, I mean, they got to, I don't want to say blow it up, but you got to get, like, CJ and Brandon are just, it's not working. They're the worst part of our team right now. That's not good. It's not good when the worst part of your team are your 2 best players. You know, like that's not good. So you got to get rid of Jonas, Brandon, CJ, build around Zion, Trey, and Herb, and, you know, get some role players that can actually play. But yeah, Pelicans are cooked. I'm rooting for Kool-Aid in round 1. Possible. He cornerback could be a thought, but again, if you take corner, do you trade down to do it? Because you got like 3 good ones in the first round. The Cooper DeJean from Iowa, Kool-Aid, and then is it Mitchell from Toledo? So you got 3 good ones there. Worst case, if the Saints do a repeat of their first round of their 1979 draft. Pretty crazy. I think the Saints have only taken a quarterback once, right, in the first round, and it's Archie. Pretty crazy. Like, they're one of the teams that have done that. A.J. Brown, 3-year, $96 million extension. Money, man. I saw Amon-Ra St. Brown got a big old contract. Michael Pratt's the GOAT. Pratt's good. Pratt is good. Is Michael Pratt now, like, overvalued? If he goes in that second round, you know, if he goes in that second round, third round, like, is that too much for Pratt? I don't know. But I do like Pratt. I think he's good. He'd be a good, like, developmental sit for a year or 2. Skrmetta, once you develop a little self-confidence, the sky will be the limit. Yeah. You got to have a little, there's a little self-confidence. Anytime you're putting, I've always thought it's a weird, like, like to put out a video of your thoughts into the ether. That's a very interesting, I believe in this thing so much that I have to edit a video for people to hear it. What did James? What's happening, JC? Bucks run the South? No, they do not, dude. Hey, New York Phenom, if you are a Bucks fan, riddle me this. Riddle me this. Why would you pay Baker Mayfield $100 million when you could have got Joe Flacco for about $4 million? I don't know. Xavier Legette at 45? Possibly. Wide receivers definitely an option at 45. When will the next episode of the Madden franchise drop? We didn't drop it tonight because of the draft, so probably Friday night. Probably Friday, if not Friday, Saturday. And then we will for sure have our normal episodes on Sunday and Monday. What's up, James? Most ever for a wide receiver, $84 million guaranteed. Penei Sewell got a huge contract too. Most ever for a lineman, I believe. I'm really liking Penix to Broncos. He seems like a Peyton guy. Nah, see, here's the deal with that. I'm about to give y'all a little bit of that. So, Peyton wants a super efficient passer. He wants a guy who can just drop back and not improv. That's why he hated Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson would try and improv plays. He would check, he would check the first read and he'd try and scramble out of the pocket, things like that. He hated that, right? So, Peyton does not want Penix. Peyton wants a Bo Nix. Peyton wants a guy who knows the read and is going to make the read. He's not going to get cute. He's not going to get creative. He's not going to extend the plays. And that's why there was a huge issue with Wilson and Peyton. Peyton's a prickly pear. Peyton wants the offense ran how he wants it run. If Peyton calls a play, he wants the quarterback to run that play the way that Peyton called it. He doesn't want to watch a guy roll around and scramble and extend and all that stuff. So Penix doesn't really fit Peyton. Nix fits Peyton. Penix fits I keep seeing the Raiders for Penix. I don't think they really fit either, honestly. I don't think they fit at all. Antonio Pierce is like a run. Antonio Pierce is a run first, punt at the 50-yard line kind of guy. Penix doesn't really fit that. Let's see. I feel like we have to stop drafting rotational players at the first pick and get an every down guy. Yeah, 100%. We have to get good players. We have to get impact players. 100%. Hopefully Kendrick can stay healthy this year because running back room is thin. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Hoping to have Brock Bowers to the Saints. That'd be sweet. Baker's a top 10 quarterback? Brother, come on. He is not. I got bad news for you. He is not a top 10 quarterback. He's a top 10 quarterback in the NFC South. Let's see. Vikings might snatch Penix. Yep, for sure. For sure. They could absolutely take him. Now, Penix for the Vikings is a good fit. That's a great fit. Counterpoint, Peyton loves big-time arms, hence signing Jameis. Penix has a big-time arm. Yeah, I don't know if Breeze would fit as a big-time arm. Japanese Hercules, what's happening? What's happening? Ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 minutes away. Again, thank you very much for watching this. We are 2 minutes away. I am watching the ESPN broadcast. So if I reference something or I react to something, it is to ESPN. So that's how we're kind of monitoring this. So if you want to watch along the actual broadcast, then that's what's going on here. Do you think McCarthy is a reach? Where at? I think he's a reach at 3. Like everyone that keeps saying that, the Patriots could take him at 3. I think McCarthy's a reach. I think McCarthy's good. Anything above 11, I'd be kind of like, ooh, I don't know. But I say that, right? But let's say it goes Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. Then all of a sudden it's like, well, I mean, McCarthy is probably the 4th best quarterback. So if you want a quarterback that bad and you're the Giants, so you take McCarthy at 6, I don't know if that's a reach. I think it's a reach if you go over Drake May and you take McCarthy at 3. And I don't think Drake May. I think that no doubt about it, Caleb Williams 1, Jaden Daniels 2. I think they are far and away better than any of the other quarterbacks. But just hope we don't waste our first 2 on players we can get down the line. I agree. McCarthy going to get scooped by the Giants. Yep, it could be. The Giants are definitely a landing spot for McCarthy. 100%. I think he'll be gone though. That's why I think the Chargers. So my biggest bet of the night is McCarthy to Minnesota at 5. I think Minnesota has to jump the Giants, and they know that. So I think McCarthy goes at 5. Skrmetta over the MCU. Agreed. I mean, every video I put out is probably better than Captain Marvel. No hate. Edge, please. Edge would be good. I mean, Edge is good, but Edge is deep. So, if you trade down, I don't know if it's deep enough to get one at 45, but All right, we're here. It's live, ladies and gentlemen. It's live. It is live. Get fired up. Caleb Williams, walk on down. I personally am hoping we trade down and get an additional second and a third. Teams like Jacksonville or Green Bay might want to jump to 14. 100%. Great call. 100%. I would love that. I think the first and mid-second rounds, it's hard to miss a good player this year. I mean, yeah, a part of me agrees because it is deep at positions we need. So it is kind of hard to... Y'all hear this? Gotham City. But I agree. I think there's so many good players at the positions we need. It is difficult to screw this up. No more Pennings, Paytons, Foskey, and Davenports. 100%. We need a game wrecker on defensive line. 100, no doubt about it. I think Chase Young will be good though. I really think Chase Young will be good. I saw him at the Pelicans game, and dude was a man of the people. I'll tell you that right now. He was a man of the people. He was talking to everybody. He was shaking hands, smiling, enjoying himself. He did not look like a guy who just had neck surgery. Someone like Prime Cam that can erase the side of the field. Yeah, we just got to get after the passer. Like, you have to be able to get after the passer in the NFL. We like, not only do we not get after the passer, like, we're not even close. We're not even like threatening the passer. We fixing to bomb this draft? No, man, we'll be all right. We'll be good. Big reach at 3. Tom, what's happening, my man? McCarthy's a huge reach at 3. McCarthy at 3 is crazy. I don't think McCarthy at 3 is even an option. I think the Patriots are getting cute and they're trying to get the Giants to offer, and so that's why they're doing that. I think the Patriots just want more offers. I would be shocked. I'd be shocked if the Pats don't sit at 3. If you're a quarterback needy team, like, I understand the idea of draft capital, but if you're a quarterback needy team, this is the best possible draft to have a top 4 pick. Because you got 2, I would say Williams and Daniels are about as good of prospects as you can ask for. And then for Drake May to be your 3rd best quarterback, he's pretty strong too. So hopefully Kubiak has a lot of input in the draft. I just hope he's in the city. Like, has anybody heard from Clint Kubiak? I mean, I hope. I mean, input in the draft. Has Clint Kubiak does he know where New Orleans is? Since we signed Clint Kubiak, I have not heard a word from him. I haven't heard or seen Clint Kubiak. I've made probably 20 videos on Clint Kubiak, and every single video I have to Photoshop him in a Saints polo because I've never seen a picture of him in a Saints polo. The craziest thing in the world. It was shocking how irrelevant Foskey was for us last year. Yeah. James, if we had a smart front office and half the picks flame out, should we just draft 2 edges, 2 receivers, 4 tackles in whatever order works best? You mean just kind of throw the dartboard? I mean, it depends. It's hard to say that, but it depends on how the board looks. I think this year Best player available gives Bowers and Latu. I'd be cool with either one of them. I think this year we will look back and say we got a solid player, but we will see. We can barely rush stats users at this point. If they have legs, no chance. Agreed, we made just above average quarterbacks look like Vic. Tyson Bagent, I was at that Bears game. Tyson Bagent looked like prime Michael Vick. Josh Dobbs looked like a Madden cheat code. I've never seen Josh Dobbs looked unbelievable. I remember during the Vikings lead up, my preview video, I was like, I don't think Josh Dobbs is that good, which he's not. And I had all these Vikings fans telling me that Josh Dobbs was the future of the team. Like, they actually thought Josh Dobbs was going to be the franchise quarterback. He wasn't even in the stadium 2 weeks later. And the Saints made him look like Cam Newton. Underhill was talking Kubiak today on Twitter. Oh, Nick and Kubiak are... I got to get Kubiak on the stream. Kubiak is busy at work, keeping a low profile. I'll take it. Heard from a reliable source. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a reliable source. Here, hold on a second. Texans trading up to get Marvin Harrison. I don't believe it. He's in Houston media. I would be absolutely blown away. That would be nuts. Nuts. That would be crazy. Kubiak is an interdimensional deity. Kubiak really is kind of a mythological figure. Like, if I don't see Kubiak pretty soon, I'm going to believe he doesn't exist. Kubiak said he'll be here in July. What's going on? What's going on here? He's not the offensive coordinator for Mars. I mean, damn, July? He can't just show up. All right, Goodell's in the 3/4 zip. Nothing makes me feel worse about the draft than watching a Goodell comedy skit to kick off the draft. Hopefully Kubiak isn't all talk, if you know what I mean. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be good. Jaden Daniels, number 1? Nah. Unfortunately, it's Caleb Williams, and it's not even close. Most top offensive linemen weren't first rounders. Yeah, I mean, offensive line is the most... I've said it before, but like, you know, if we're talking like Madden ratings, if you have like a 74 overall offensive line, you're probably all right. You can win a Super Bowl with an average like C- offensive line. You can, no doubt about it. Last year, the Indianapolis Colts had the 3rd best offensive line. The Atlanta Falcons had the 4th best offensive line. Bottom 5, Houston Texans, and then when the Bengals went to the Super Bowl, they were bottom 5. What's the difference? The difference is the teams that win have skilled players and a good quarterback. Offensive line doesn't matter that much. As long as you aren't like a porous offensive line, you're fine. I gotta drop my chair a little bit here. There we go. I was looking at a Tower of Terror. Watching all the other teams excited for what playmaker they draft has me feeling like everyone going to Jazz Fest and I'm going to Home Depot. I don't know, man. I think I understand that. Like, it definitely, you know, I can definitely understand that, but you know, if we get a stud, if we get an impact player, if we get a guy who's going to contribute, I think we're okay. Are y'all on the ESPN stream? I got Eminem just getting it going. Seems like a weird thing to go from Eminem to Roger Goodell. Always go best player available. That guard might grade higher than that defensive end. That wide receiver might grade out better than that tackle. How can we not have Kubiak helping us draft? He's got to be there. Kubiak's got to be there. It's draft time. It is draft time. Eminem wearing the jogger sweatpants. Controversial to go jogger sweatpants. You don't have a lot of control over what's going on. You know, I mean, you got to go jeans, slacks maybe, but jogger sweats? Controversial. Here's the home for Bowers or a similar impact player. Yeah, I mean, that'd be sweet. I think we'd have to. Bowers is crazy because like Bowers, Bowers could go like 7, 8, and he also could go like 15. McCarthy, same thing. McCarthy could go 3, or McCarthy could go 11. There's a lot of players like that. A lot of players where if they don't go in their very specific spot, they could fall 10 picks. Like Joe Alt. Like we just talked about Joe Alt. If Joe Alt, he's looking at going 5, right? Well, if the Chargers go J.C. Latham, Alt's going to fall. Because there's only like one more team that could take Alt. It's wild. The draft, there's so many dominoes that can happen. So many possible trades. I really hope and I really think we're going to get a crazy draft. Kubiak, if you're somehow reading this, get Kamara in space. Hey, Kubiak, if you're somehow reading this, Alvin Kamara can catch the football. Keep him in on third downs. No way we don't trade up and fill a third or a fourth. Yeah, we will, Ryan. We will 100% package. We will 100% package our Jared Goff with a members-only jacket. Absolute power move from Jared Goff. We will 100% package our 5th-round picks and move up to in the third or the fourth. 100%. 100%. Your line is only as good as your worst blocker. One guy can't make your line. If there could be a third sport organization in NOLA, hockey or baseball? Hockey, 100%. Baseball, you do not want baseball. I'd go hockey or MLS. Either one of those two. I think both. Hockey might not, but WNBA or NHL would do really well. I mean, MLS would do well. Prayer time? Prayer time. Here we go. Wonder what Pete's up to? I wonder what Pistol Pete's up to. You think he's just stammering around to Shoney's? Like, you think he's just out front of some random Golden Corral, just by the chocolate fountain, just dipping a cup in it? Like, what do you think Pete Carmichael's doing right now? Man, that guy, not a fan. These, like, big crowds like this, like they're showing the draft right now. They're showing I would hate to be in that crowd. Like, if you're, like, 20 rows up, how do you go to the bathroom? You just let it rip? Is that the only option? You just let it rip right there in the crowd and hope for the best? That'd be tough. That'd be tough, man. I don't think I could sit in a crowd like that for the entire draft. We got a hockey team in Baton Rouge now? Wow. What's the mascot? I love that no matter where they host the draft, all fans come together and boo Roger. Yeah, Goodell. I've said it before, but Goodell is an incredible businessman, but an awful commissioner. He's one of the best businessmen to ever live and one of the worst commissioners of all time. Bad news is his job as commissioner. Pete looking for the plug in Denver? Yeah, for his headset? Well, maybe both. Pete's wearing khakis and a polo watching the wall. Just a reminder for everyone to like the video. Also, Pete stammering around at Shoney's, 100%. Dallas Turner at 14 or Bowers. Both could be there. Both could be there. Both are legit. Both are legit options. This pick should have broken the record for how fast it is. You know what's crazy is I remember not too long ago, man, like right around the Matt Stafford time, they used to announce the pick like 2-3 months ahead of time. They just let it rip. Way ahead of time. They'd just say, yeah, we're going to take Matt Stafford, and that'd be it. And Goodell said, no thanks. Goodell said, hey, y'all quit that. Because Goodell was obviously trying to promote the draft as like a huge event, which he did successfully. He did. So we don't see that anymore. Caleb Williams, fantastic manicure. I think we all see that. Just glistening. The green room cam built by Lowe's. Okay. All right. Goodell makes $60 million a year. I mean, he probably should. I mean, Goodell is running what I would argue is probably the biggest, most powerful, one of the most powerful companies in the United States. I mean, the NFL stole a day of the week from God. You know, they're pretty powerful. So if he's running it, $60 million sounds about right. The mascot for the hockey team is the Zydeco. How crazy is this? Speaking of hockey and speaking of mascots. So the Arizona Coyotes are going to Utah in the NHL. Word on the street is the mascot is going to be the Utah Saints. So how crazy is that? That Utah will have the Saints as their hockey team and the Jazz as their basketball team. Utah is like a weird sister city of New Orleans. Like, we're just swapping mascots and swapping names and identities. Pete's somewhere drawing up 4 verts. I don't know if Pete, if Pete just ran up 4 verts and just let that rip, I would have been very happy all season long. I've been so pumped for the draft, but I had a nightmare. We drafted a center with the first pick. It was crazy. We won't be doing that, so you don't have to worry about that one. We will not be drafting a center. I can almost guarantee you there. If I was Chicago, I'd be feeling real good. You know what's crazy about Chicago? A little Chicago fact for you. I'm pretty sure Chicago has never had. All right, someone double check me. Someone in the chat double check me. I don't think Chicago has ever had a quarterback throw for, it's like 3,500 yards in a season. Like their all-time passing leader for a season is crazy low. Someone go check out what is the season. Well, I guess I can do it right now. I don't know what I'm saying for y'all to check it out. I can do it right now. Bears season record passing yards. So Eric Kramer is the Bears single season passing leader according to the football database with a 3,800 yard season. So the Bears have never had a 4,000 yard season. How crazy is that? Like, think about how bad the Bears have been at that position for as long as they've been around. So for them to get Caleb Williams, like one of the best quarterback prospects we've seen in my lifetime, I mean, I'd be thrilled if I was Chicago. I would put Williams up there as far as a prospect, just a prospect. I'd put Williams up there with, Cam Newton and, Jamarcus Russell, and I think he's a better prospect than Andrew Luck. I think so. No 4,000 yard passers, no 30 touchdowns. That's so crazy. I mean, it's so crazy because you don't have to be that good. You don't have to be that good of a quarterback to just luck your way into 4,000 yards. Like, think about how many bad quarterbacks have just kind of, like, how many passing yards did Sam Howell have last year? I bet it was pretty close to 4,000 yards. I think he got hurt at the end, so maybe not. But Sam Howell would have been like right there as the Chicago Bears all-time leading passer. Latu or Verse, higher ceiling? Probably Latu. Latu's whole thing is medical. Latu's whole problem is his medical. But I believe the Rams cleared him. And I think once the Rams cleared him, that's when we started seeing him fly up draft boards. Once we saw that, like once we saw the Rams say he's good, everyone else, it took off. Everyone else took off. So, Verse is good, but I think Latu has a higher ceiling. Even James, what's good? I got us taking a tackle, wide receiver, defensive tackle, safety, and offensive guard. How is Jaden Daniels voted best player in college, but Caleb Williams is on everyone's list as better prospect? Well, I mean, Caleb won the Heisman too. Yeah. They did have the great Sid Luckman. The Bears, what a pull. Sid Luckman, unbelievable. Wow. Jeez. We getting Bowers? It's possible. I'll say it's possible. You never know. I mean, Bowers is one of those guys I think you have to, if he's available, you have to have the conversation. I think Bowers is that good. All right, the Bears pick is in. Caleb Williams, come on down. People talk about like the Ricky Williams trade and the Herschel Walker trade and all that stuff. When we're 5 years from now, whatever, I think the Bryce Young trade will be looked at as the worst trade in NFL history. When you look at what the Bears got for Bryce Young, they got Keenan Allen, Caleb Williams, all those picks. I mean, DJ Moore. Like, when you look at what the Bears got for Bryce Young, I mean, you're telling me the Panthers don't wish they had this pick? Who do you think Peyton takes at 12? I hate to say it because it sounds chalky, but I think they take Bo Nix. I think they take Nix. Maybe it's because I'm an LSU fan. I watched all Daniels, but I picked Daniels. Yeah, I like Daniels. I just think Williams is better. But I like Daniels is good. Like, don't get me wrong. You know, like I don't think I think Daniels will be a good pro. I think he'll be a good pro. I think he's very similar to Robert Griffin, but without the knee problems. And RG3 was really good. Yeah, RG3 was really good until the knee issues. So that's not a slight. So I think Daniels can be the same type of player. There you go, Caleb Williams. Boom. There it is. I love the jacket. The zipper, the long vertical zipper. Can put so much in there. You know, like Caleb Williams' zipper, he basically has a fanny pack built into his jacket. You could put anything in there. He could have the whole world in there. I love it. Yeah, I think Williams will be good. If Caleb Williams is bad, like if he flames out, if he's a bust, then the NFL draft is the hardest thing in the world. Because, you know, like, what else would you want in a prospect? The Panthers should be banned for the Bryce Young deal. Oh, really bad. Really bad. Really bad. So bad. I mean, David Tepper, he might be one of those guys that's just a really bad owner. Like, he just doesn't understand. I think Tepper's problem is Tepper's trying to be a GM, too. Tepper's trying to be Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones knows a little bit more football than David Tepper. Adonai Mitchell went to my high school. Watch out for him. RG3 kicked our ass in his first game against the Saints. RG3 was good. RG3 was sweet. He was. People kind of forget how good he was when his first year in Washington. I heard Daniels wanted to go to the Raiders and pull an Eli Manning. I think Daniels has ties. From Arizona State to the Raiders, right? I believe. Someone on the coaching staff, maybe the OC, was Daniels OC at Arizona State. He has a connection there, so I think he does want to go to the Raiders, but I mean, there's no way the Raiders can get to 2. And that's another thing too. Like, it's one thing for a team to trade up, right? It's one thing for a team to trade up and go get the player, but it's another thing for the team to want to trade down. Like, I think the Raiders absolutely would trade up to 2 to take Daniels, but I don't think there's any way the Commanders would trade down from 2. You know, if you, especially when they got rid of Sam Howell, if they would have kept Sam Howell, maybe, you know. Caleb Williams on the mic right now. He's been talking. I'll tell him that. I like it. He's got some serious self-confidence. He's got the confidence you want in a quarterback. They asked him, so again, we're watching the ESPN broadcast. They asked him what's his first thing he wants to do as a Bear, and his answer was learn his teammates' names. I mean, that's a leader. That's a leader. So the Bears have taken 3 quarterbacks in the first round in the last 8 years: Trubisky, Fields, and Caleb Williams. Here we go, right? Here we go. Could you imagine if Bryce Young has a sophomore slump? Man, great point. Great point, Monserrato. Great name, great point. If he has a sophomore slump, he might honestly get kicked out of the league. It's almost impossible for Bryce Young to get worse. But I mean, yeah, you would think like a sophomore slump is possible. 100%. 100%. I mean, he's just one of those guys, you watch him and it's like he can't play. Everything you see, and I guess he could get better, but can't play. 312 is in the bell. What's up, PBS? PBS, what's happening? PBS, give me your official final prediction for 14. The chat needs to hear it. All right, we're in the Commanders draft room. I think it's got to be Daniels. I don't think there's any way they move. I don't think there's any way they get cute with the pick. I think they go Daniels, and that's it. I don't think the Commanders were ever entertaining anything but Jaden Daniels. Now, I say that, but this also was the team that basically held a Topgolf event where they invited every single quarterback prospect in the draft. Like, well, I'm not sure why they turned the draft into an episode of Love Is Blind, but I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels, 100%. Where do we see? Let me ask you this, chat. Where do we see the first trade? Is the first trade, can we draft Molly McGrath? Am I right? Hey, can we get some am I rights in the chat? I mean, PBS ain't wrong. Ain't wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Ain't wrong at all. I'll say the first trade is 5. That's where I think we get the first trade. I think we see Minnesota go up to 5. Does Nola trade back or stick at 14? If I was in the front office, I would be really pushing for a trade back. I'd really be pushing for that. Because, I mean, I think you can get the same caliber player if you trade back. If you sit there, it better be for an absolute superstar. If you sit there, it's because you're like, nope, we love whoever. We love Brock Bowers. We love, Rome Odunze fell or Malik Neighbors fell or something, and you got to have that player. But if you're going to take Fatanu at 14, trade down. Trade down and take Amarius Mims, or trade down and take Fuaga or whoever. Like, I just don't, Who was the take? Caleb Williams, first overall. Patriots are going to trade out of 3. Okay, that's possible. What do they trade out of 3 to do? Follow that up. Because if they trade out of 3, they are telling their fan base, hey, I hope y'all enjoy Bailey Zappi or whoever is on the roster. Now, you could say the Patriots trade out of 3 and then take like Michael Penix. Could do that. And that wouldn't be that bad of an idea. I think we need at least 1 pick in the 3rd or 4th round. We'll have one. We're going to package the 5ths. I guarantee you. Well, Scrooge McDuck, I guarantee you, we get into it the 4th or the 3rd, 100%. I have it on good authority for my guy Mick. I prayed the Falcons trade down. I couldn't stomach them getting Turner. I saw a mock today where they trade down twice. All right, the pick is in. The Commanders are making their pick right here. I'm saying Jaden Daniels. Yep, Daniels is the pick. Jaden Daniels to Washington. May God have mercy on your soul. Good luck. Dan Quinn. Cliff Kingsbury, right? He's the OC. All right, there you go. So the first 2, relative chalk. The first 2 go how we thought they would go. Patriots are going to roll with Jacoby Brissett. Ugh. Welcome to 6 wins. If you're going to roll with Jacoby Brissett, just tell Goodell, like, hey man, just pencil me in for 6 wins. We're not going to play the games. We'll just go 6-11, and I'll talk to you next year. Where does Penix land? A lot of good spots for him. I think the Raiders are probably. It seems like the Raiders are pretty content with taking Penix. Ireland's comments kind of got me swerving. I was committed to offensive tackle, but I think we might be reaching at 14. So you think we trade down? Well, the first time in Loomis's history, right? For us to trade down. Trading down just makes the most sense because you have to get draft capital. So trading down is a way to, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. RIP to the birds. Look out for Jacksonville to trade up. Yeah, I heard that as well, George. I think Jacksonville could absolutely be looking to trade up. I think Jacksonville's in the market for Bowers too. You got to pick McCarthy if you're the Pats? Nah. Well, I don't think I think it's Drake May. If they sit, I think it's going to be May. But the Pats could do anything. But I think the McCarthy rumor for the Pats, I think is smoke and mirrors. I think they're trying to bait the Giants into trading up. Oh, Malden, what's happening, my man? How's Omaha? What's up? Would Broncos taking Knicks be a reach? I think so. I think it would be. I think you can get Knicks at the bottom of the first round. So I think it would be. Yeah. I'd like us to trade down and grab 2 offensive linemen. Yeah, I think trading down is the move. 100%. There we go. There's the picks. Okay, now they're populating. Trading down would be safer than just wasting future picks. Also, do we address safety this weekend? Possibly. Safety could be a look. Defensive backs could be a look. I think, I've seen a few mocks where the Saints go cornerback in the first. Like if we trade down, something like that. It's really almost impossible to say what we take because it matters so much what happens ahead of us. 100%. I mean, there's so many players where if they fall, like the Saints have to be just sitting there like, oh, what do we do? Like there's a good chance Joe Alt will be there at like 10. What do the Saints do then? If this whole time you want an offensive lineman and now you can get Joe Alt, what do you do? What happens if Malik Neighbors falls? What happens if Adunze falls? The Saints could be looking at a ton of players. Dallas Turner could fall. What do you do then? The Saints probably have to consider it, I would think. That's what they should do. I don't know if it's likely or not. We'll see. So the Commanders' pick is in, or the Patriots' pick is in. So if it's not a trade, it's got to be Drake May. I am officially predicting the Patriots draft Drake May. This is the first domino that could be absolutely bananas. Because if they take J.J. McCarthy, ladies and gentlemen, then all of a sudden Arizona's in play to trade that pick. Because now these teams like the Giants, if they're sitting there thinking, oh my God, we can trade up and get Drake May, all of a sudden. Now, if they go Drake May here, we kind of hold pat. Because McCarthy could slide to 11. Drake May ain't sliding to 11. So this is the pick right here where the Patriots could possibly send the dominoes. If Alt and Adunze are both available at 14, I might just have to go to sleep. I don't think Alt could be there at 14, but I think he could be at 10-ish to where we could look at a trade. I think moving up 4 picks or so wouldn't be crazy. We're playing the Commanders and Jaden Daniels this season. We played every rookie quarterback last year, right? I'm pretty sure. Every starting rookie quarterback. Do you think we'll see a big change in 2025 rather than 2024 of collecting quantity over quality? If we collect quantity over quality, then we need to get rid of the front office. We need quality. We have got to get players who can play. We have got to get players who can maximize the rookie contract. If we're just taking our quantity and we've got a bunch of practice string and developmental players on rookie deals, and then we have to go sign players with a salary cap that we don't really have, that's a huge mistake. We have 9 picks this year. We have to make sure that as many of those 9 picks can contribute immediately. Excited to see the first trade of the night? Yeah, same. The first trade of the night kicks it all off, man. First trade of the night. I've seen, Peter Schrager, PBS's boy, Peter Schrager, he's saying there's going to be like 6, 7, 8 trades in the first round. Pats are taking May. Oh, what's up, Chuck? Pats are taking, I think so. Yeah. I think the Pats, I think they take May. It'd be crazy not to. I mean, if you're a quarterback needy team and you get a draft like this, like don't overthink it. Just take the quarterback, try and change the franchise. I mean, with quarterbacks, you kind of got to take the chance. Like I think people overthink the quarterback thing. If you need a quarterback and they're available, just go get them. Take a chance on them. Roll the dice. It might not work out, but you owe it to your fan base. You owe it to you got to take the chance. Worst thing you can do is say, "Oh, we think Drake May's a bust," and then take some offensive lineman and Drake May turns out being good. All right, there it is. Pick Drake May confirmed. We're 3 for 3 so far. 3 for 3 so far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona Cardinals. This is another trade spot, but I think for 3 straight months, all we've heard is Marvin Harrison Jr. here. But this is where you start getting into that territory of how desperate are some teams to go get a quarterback. Do you go to 4? I don't know. I think Harris, if the Cardinals stay, I think it's guaranteed to be Harrison. But there's definitely some phone calls happening right now. Being a Panthers fan has to be wild, tough times, man. If you're a Panthers fan, I mean, what do you do though? I guess you just watch like a different sport, I guess. I mean, you can't watch basketball, can't. Yeah, that's tough times. Tough times. Stop drafting rotational players. Yeah, agreed. Saints need both quality and quantity. True. Yeah, and I think if you draft quality with the picks, you get both. Going to sit behind Brissett for a year, maybe 8 weeks. Yeah, and Brissett's a good guy to sit behind too. Pause. But I think Brissett's a good. He's a good kind of veteran that you want there to help them kind of get used to the league and take over. Draft starts at pick 4. True, it certainly does now. Now that the first 3 were chalk. Last year, were there any trades in the first? I don't remember. Someone check on that for the boy. If we do hit on players this draft, well, besides the top pick, obviously. If we do hit on players this draft, do you think we'll still have 9-8 season or something like our 2016 year? Depends on how good those players are. But our schedule is so much harder. Our schedule's so much more difficult. Winning 9 games this upcoming season is so much harder than winning 9 games last season. You think Belichick just threw his remote at the TV after that pick? I mean, you got to think he's like, damn. God. Belichick had to sit there with Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi. But then also, Belichick's old. Like, does Belichick want to develop Drake May? Does he want that? I don't know. Crazy to think if we drafted Puka, people would have no clue he existed. That's a good point there. Yeah, if we drafted Puka Nacua, he'd be one hell of a special teams player for us. He might have been the best special teams player of the year, but he wouldn't have broke Randy Moss's receiving records. I can promise you that. Kirk Cousins twice a year ago, I was shaking in your boots. Man, we go to Arrowhead. Like, what was the hardest game we had last year? Detroit at home. Now we're going to Arrowhead and playing. I mean, it's gonna be tough. Not gonna be easy. Belichick's on McAfee stream right now. College football and baseball is all the Carolinas have. I'm excited to see what Kendra Miller can do in the new offense coming off the bench, assuming he's able to stay healthy. Yeah, I mean, I think if Kendra's got to stay healthy, same with Alvin, but I think he can be good. He was good in bursts last year. Our defense looked better than it was because we played absolutely horrible offenses all last season. You know what's crazy about that? It really didn't look good against those offenses. Like, you think about, we played against the Bears, right? We played against Tyson Bagent. Tyson Bagent looked real good. Josh Dobbs looked real good. It's not like the defense dominated Josh Dobbs. The defense didn't dominate the bad quarterbacks. They kind of still leaked, for sure. The Cardinals pick is in. So we're assuming no trade. We're assuming this will be Marvin Harrison Jr. And now it's time for me to get a little nervous, ladies and gentlemen. Time for me to get a little nervous because my biggest bet of the night is that J.J. McCarthy goes number 5. So I need to see this pick right here be Marvin Harrison Jr., and then I need to see a trade. I need to hear Mel Kiper screaming in my ear. Dobbs cooked us. I was at that game. Oh, you were at the Minnesota game? Oh. KT, that had to be brutal. I was physically sick watching that game. That was one of the worst 4 quarters I've ever sat through and watched. I couldn't imagine being there. The amount of hot dogs I would have had to eat. All right, here we go. There it is, Marvin Harrison Jr. Goodell with a little pause there. Goodell, did y'all hear that? Goodell kind of gave a little pause, a little showmanship. Okay. All right. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, not too much happening. So right here, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into a prayer circle, okay? Let's try and focus. Let's focus on my winning ticket. Let's focus on J.J. McCarthy. Let's focus on the trade. We want to see Mel Kiper screaming that the Minnesota Vikings have traded up to number 5. And then we want to see them take J.J. McCarthy, and then I get to cash my ticket. All right, let's all So I'll cross our fingers here. Just a moment, just a moment for Senior's victim. I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta say. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the pick that from the start, I mean, the second his last game ended, it was like, yep, he's going to the Cardinals, and that was it. And you never really heard anything else. You never really heard too much more about it. I'll cross my fingers, but Chargers are taking J.C. Latham. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's getting some serious steam. Like, Latham is taking some serious steam. But okay, like, let's say you want Latham if you're the Chargers. If Minnesota comes knocking and Minnesota says, we'll give you whatever to go from 11 to 5 and you drop back to 11, you can get your offensive lineman at 11, I would think. You can get some combination of any of the guys, you know, Fashanu and Fatanu and Fuaga and all these guys. You can go get them at 11. So take the draft capital. Is J.C. Latham that good? Is J.C. Latham that much better? I don't know. I don't know about that. Kyler probably, yeah, Kyler. I mean, Kyler, you know, big arm. We'll see. It all depends on Call of Duty. It all depends on what kind of Call of Duty releases happen during the season. We'll see. I'm drafting Neighbors if I'm the Chargers. Okay. So you think, I mean, you know, they could use a receiver for sure. Neighbors at 5, is that a reach? I don't know. You could argue that Neighbors at 5 is a bit of a reach there. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised. I wonder who's trying to trade up for McCarthy right now. My God, I hope it's the Minnesota Vikings. We got 5 minutes to see. If Bowers leaves at 10, that'll be sad. I think I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if the Jets don't take him. Harbaugh is not a fully rational person. I'll tell you this, he's one hell of a football coach. I hope the Saints don't take an offensive lineman in the first. Ooh, I got bad news for you, Jake. I got bad news for you, my man. I think that's what we're getting. Man, my draft board. ESPN always does this. Does it do this for y'all? Like game casts and stuff? Like you got to kind of force it to update. Like it doesn't really update on its own. Every time, like when I'm game casting a baseball game, like I have to sit there and refresh it every pitch. It doesn't just naturally do the pitches. ESPN, come on, guys. I've heard Bowers has a higher ceiling than Laporta, which I think is nuts. Oh yeah, Bowers could be like it's a term that just thrown around, but Bowers could be like a generational tight end. Bowers could be a Travis Kelce kind of player where he completely changes an offense. He could be a leading receiver. As a freshman at Georgia, not, Kent State. As a freshman at Georgia, he led the team in receiving. He was a tight end. So he can definitely come in and be a huge, huge impact. If Brock Bowers had WR next to his name instead of TE, he'd be a top 5 pick. I think if the Jets get Penix at 10, Aaron will win. I can promise you the Jets aren't taking Penix at 10. I guarantee. If there's one pick that I'm confident in, it's that the Jets won't be taking a quarterback at 10. This is the domino falling pick. Yeah, I mean, I need to see the trade come through. I need to see it. If the Chargers take Joe Alt here, we are in a very chalk situation. James, who are you hoping the Saints pick at 14? It depends on who's there, honestly. If I had to build my board, build your own board, dominoes type customized deep dish situation, I'd probably say that Dallas Turner falls. We take Turner at 14. If that doesn't happen, I'd like to see us trade down, get draft capital, and then take an offensive lineman at whatever, 23, 24, wherever we move to. I think one of those two will be what happens. I'd be shocked if we take. I don't think we're taking Bowers. I don't think that's even really an option. Isn't the Jets still rolling out Aaron? Oh yeah. The Jets. You heard it here first. The Jets are going to be sweet. I think the Jets are going to be good. I mean, this time last year, people were picking the Jets to win the Super Bowl. This time last year, they were saying Jets are going to win the AFC, Jets are going to win the Super Bowl. The Jets arguably got better. Like, yeah, a lot of it hinges on Rodgers' Achilles, but Mans is doing ayahuasca in Brazil. He will be healed. He'll be healed. So I think the Jets could be sneaky. I think the Jets could be a real sneaky team in the AFC. So, I mean, I could, more than likely, I will have future tickets on the Jets to win the AFC, win the Super Bowl, all of that. The Jets and the Bengals. Those are my two teams that I think a lot of value in those teams. Titans taking the first offensive lineman. Chargers could. If Chargers stay put, they could take an offensive lineman. The Titans certainly could as well. I've heard the Titans could take a wide receiver too. The Titans are kind of flip-flopping. Trade down to early 20s and select Mims. There you go. There you go, KT. There you go. I like that. Trade down, take Amarius Mims. I'd be a big fan of that. Pick is in from PBS. Not what you want to see, unless Minnesota has snuck into the envelope. Problem with the Jets is their defense taking a step back. Yeah, but it's 2024, the NFL. What's defense anyways? Over-under on the Saints, 7.5 wins, and Falcons, 9.5. Falcons, I think, is a lot. That's a huge improvement. That's a huge improvement. I think Kirk Cousins is good, but they were a 7-win team. So you're telling me you've got a coach who formerly failed, first-time offensive coordinator, 36-year-old Kirk Cousins off of an Achilles, still unknown skill player. Like, to say they're just going to win 10 games, they're going to. I don't know. It's a lot of hype for the Falcons. I think the Saints are kind of dead on it. I think they're one of those teams that, 8 wins, 9 wins probably is where they fall. If they win 7 or 6, if they're in that 6-7 category, Derek Carr will not enjoy Mardi Gras. I'll tell you that. Neighbors are alt, yeah. I think those two make the most sense for the Chargers. I think it's got to be alt or an offensive lineman. I mean, alt, Latham, they're all kind of the same. Kirk is older than Carr. Kirk is not doing ayahuasca. I tell you that. Kirk is not doing ayahuasca. I have full confidence that Aaron's Achilles is mended by the spirits. Aaron's Achilles is tied on by belief and spirit, but not Kirk. Damn, I can't believe the Chargers made this pick. I mean, I can believe it, but I hate to see it. If they win 7, is DA out of there? Good question. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. If they win 7 games, I think Allen's gone. Yeah. That would 6-7 wins. Yeah, it'd probably be time for Allen to go. I mean, if he rolls out there and goes 7 wins after the season he just had, and because at that point you kind of give up on Carr. Like at that point you're kind of like, all right, the Carr thing's over. You start really looking at the rebuild. So, all right, here we go. Joe Alt. I'm telling y'all, Joe Alt, bologna sandwich, gallon of whole milk. Going to Joe. Oh my God, look at Joe Alt. I mean, this guy, he's you can tell he just wants to pass pro right now. I mean, what a wholesome guy. That's your left tackle. Delwood, Minnesota. Are you kidding me? Delwood, Minnesota. I mean, that's the kind of kid. He's drinking Ovaltine milkshakes before bed. He's, his dad is sneaking whey protein into his milk. God. Joe Alt's a left tackle. Notre Dame, great ethics. I mean, Joe Alt's the kind of guy, he'll help an old lady across the street and then pass pro on the other side of the street. 6'8", 321. Damn. Stayed home. He stayed home because he's probably working. He probably picked up a shift somewhere. He's probably not, like, I'm not playing football, so I might as well put in 8 hours. Joe Alt's probably gonna put down some sod or something tomorrow. I bet Joe Alt's gonna have one hell of a day tomorrow. Just a full 8 hours. Joe Alt. Wait, who did the Chargers pick? The Chargers picked Joe Alt, Notre Dame offensive lineman. So currently, ladies and gentlemen, we have chalk, 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 and chalk. We've got 5. The 5 favorites have gone. The J.C. Latham hype was unfounded. Unfounded. Joe, stand up, Joe. Man spreading for the world. Oh, with the hug. Oh, my God. What do y'all think happens in Delwood, Minnesota? What do y'all think? You think they got like a Chili's? Like a Ruby Tuesdays attached to the City Hall? Imagine if we didn't go on that fake 5-game winning streak. He's got to fix a roof tomorrow. I mean, he honestly might just go looking for a roof. Just walking up and down the street. Hey, you got a roof? You got anything I can do? Can't make the draft. Roger got the swing shift to the Uncrustable factory. Well, that's the last place you'd want this guy, is a whole night in the Uncrustable factory. Giants going JJ. So the rumor was that the Giants were really active in the quarterback market. Is that true? I don't know, because it also seems like they were the Malik Neighbors pick. The pick is in. That was quick from the Giants. I think they go McCarthy here. I think this is where you see McCarthy. The pick is in. That was quick from New York. I like that. They had 10 minutes left. They said, no, let's let it rip. Joe Alt looks and sounds like a random Madden-generated prospect. Yep. Neighbors are McCarthy. McCarthy at 6. I said we pick Bronny at 14 so we can get LeBron. I made a video about that. If it guaranteed, if taking Bronny guaranteed you got LeBron, how many years would you have to get LeBron for you to take Bronny like the top 5? Because if you told me you can get LeBron for 2 years, I'd take Bronny top 5 and let him do whatever he wanted. He could, sell cotton candy in the stadium, or go, if he wants to show up, fine. If not, fine. But if he gets LeBron for 2 years, I'm for it. Got to cut bait with Jones. Yeah, Daniel Jones is not the answer. I'll tell you that. Daniel Jones is not it. All right, so what are we thinking? Let's see the predictions. Neighbors. I mean, Neighbors is ready. Is he going double watch? Okay, no, he's got one watch. Okay. I mean, let's say you take Neighbors. Okay. What do you do? You just let Daniel Jones? You're taking Neighbors to then take a quarterback next year? Is that the plan? Seems kind of risky to pass up. If you like McCarthy, I mean, it all depends on how you feel about JJ McCarthy. But if you think McCarthy is a legit, can be a starter in the NFL, can be a good quarterback, I feel like you take the quarterback first and then you go find the receiver. Here we go. Neighbors. All right, there you go. Boom. Okay. Another chalk pick. Titans going offensive lineman. Yeah, I think now. I think if Neighbors would have been available, they would have thought about it, but I think now you go lineman here. Neighbor, okay. The Giants love LSU wide receivers. Replace Barkley with Neighbors and more the same from New York. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this really moves the needle for New York this year. I guess you're thinking we'll find our quarterback next year, but again, I don't know. I don't know about that. Refresh the page. Yeah, ESPN. What are we doing here, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, who's working at ESPN? All right, there we go. There you go. I doubt Latham makes it to the Saints. I don't know, because Latham, up until about, a week ago, Latham was in the mid-teens. Titans about to pick Dallas Turner and slam the door on Atlanta. That'd be kind of crazy. I think it's to me it sounds like Tennessee is wide receiver or offensive line. Titans could take Bowers here. Not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. Definitely could. For sure. I mean, you have a young quarterback like Will Levis. Getting Brock Bowers is not bad at all. Not bad at all. And I guess this probably is, if you're one of those teams that's really offensive line desperate, this probably is the pick where you start thinking about trading up. Like we heard a lot of people say, there was like 5 teams that were looking to trade up to get an offensive lineman. This is where you're starting to say, okay, we got to move up to 7. Like this is where that starts to come into play. Fashanu to the Titans would be gutting. KT, how crazy is this? I saw a mock draft today, a very respected mock draft that had Fashanu at 30. 30. Imagine Fashanu slipping to 30. So, I'm telling y'all, offensive linemen, they're all the same. It's all the same. Like, they're all graded the same. They all have the same. They're interchangeable. It all depends on the specific team right there. The mock drafts and all that stuff we see. We heard Joe Alt forever, and then boom, all of a sudden, J.C. Latham's the best lineman in the draft, like out of nowhere. And then it flips back to Alt. At this rate, we're going to get a badass lineman. At this rate. Yeah, this rate. But that was kind of the plan, I think, anyways. Man, I mean, now we're sitting here in that, like, okay, where is the trade coming? Hard to believe the Titans are just rolling with Will Levis. Oh, do they love Levis? I think they really like him. I think they like him a lot. Levis had those like fake, like remember when Levis? I think they should trade down. Yeah, I think so too. Anytime you're in the top 10 or top 15 really, and you're looking at like you need an offensive lineman, and you're looking at taking the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th best offensive lineman, trade down. It should be an automatic trade down. He's a bum. He had those fake, remember last year Levis had those fake like 4 touchdown games where out of nowhere he had like 4 touchdowns, 300 something yards. Like those games right there, I think gave Tennessee enough to say, wait a minute, maybe this guy's sweet. Maybe Will Levis is sweet. Definitely taking a celebratory shot if we draft Bowers. Ooh, what'll be the choice? Good old-fashioned Rumple Mints, Fireball, Jaeger. What would be the celebratory shot there, Cyril? I heard someone say we're gonna be the kid watching all the other kids play with their new toys while we got clothes. That is 100%. That might be the comment of the day, because that is exactly how I feel about offensive line. That is exactly my thought. It is getting clothes for Christmas when you're 6 years old. Do you need clothes? Yeah, you need clothes. But you can get clothes anywhere. Like you can get clothes. You can go to Dillard's or you can go wherever and get clothes. I want toys. I can't play with clothes. That's 100% how I look at offensive line. Get your clothes in the 5th or 6th round. Get your sweet, wrestling ring in the 1st round. Get your Razor scooter in the 1st round. 100%. Well said. Great point. Goldschlager. Oh, Lord have mercy. Talk about chill bumps. I might actually have goosebumps right now thinking about Goldschlager. It's so thick. The syrup. And there's no way. Like I understand the gimmick. Okay, I understand the gimmick, but there's no way drinking flakes of like gold or whatever's in there that can be good for you. Like like the gold flakes that were in the bottle. Like there's no possible way just drinking shards and scraps of gold flakes is good. That cannot do well for your digestive tract. I'll take a shot at tequila if the Saints draft Bowers. Yeah, but we need the O-line. Yeah, man. How many mock drafts just said, Saints offensive line? Just oop, bloop, easy. No one was thinking. No one was out of the box. Top tier Christmas gifts. Yeah, the wrestling ring and the Razor scooter. Yeah. Like, what do you want? Do you want, you want a pair of khaki pants, or you want a purple see-through Game Boy Color? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Who do y'all like for wide receiver? Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people have been touting Pearsall. He's a hell of a player. It depends. Like Malachi Corley or whatever is a guy I've heard a lot of. It depends on where you are with wide receivers. It depends. JC to the Titans pick is in. Okay. Offensive line is like the turkey on Thanksgiving. No one likes it, but you have to get it. Whew. That's a controversial take. I'm sure there's a lot of people in here who respect turkey. That's controversial, yet brave. I like that. Latham is gone. I don't think Saints were looking for a lineman like him anyways. I'm still on a commercial on ESPN. I was just watching a Wendy's commercial. Is the pick already done? Am I that far behind y'all? Do y'all have that blazing speed, a blazing internet connection? I was watching a Wendy's double stack burger commercial. Some new Cinnabon item on the menu. Y'all are already 2 picks ahead of me? What about your boy Dalton Drew? No, dude. I mean, brother, if Dalton Drew is available, I mean, 99 speed, 4 kick returns in first 3 games, on pace to set the single season record. Of course, Mr. Cervantes is talking about my Madden franchise. If y'all are not tuned into the Madden franchise, we're already in season 2. It's hotter than ever. Get involved. I know pick has not been announced yet. Okay, cool. Mel's best available. So we got Rome Odunze, Brock Bowers, Dallas Turner, Troy Fatanu, and J.C. Latham. See, Mel has Latham as his 5th best available right now. Okay? And then we got people talking about how Latham could have went 5. That's what I'm saying with these offensive linemen. You gotta take it a grain of salt. And I'm pretty sure Fatanu has like knee concerns. I'm pretty sure he already has potential degenerative knee concerns. So not ideal for a 22-year-old prospect. All right, Titans pick us in. Latham. There you go. Boom. Suck it, Mel. Latham's his 5th best on the board. What the hell does he know? All right, so the Titans go offensive line. Okay, relatively chalk as well there. So now we get to Atlanta. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Atlanta is another spot where you could trade down. I've seen multiple mocks where Atlanta trades down twice. We know what they want. They want a defensive lineman. Okay? So Atlanta's looking for a defensive lineman. Okay, J.C. Latham going with this is an insane outfit I'm looking at. We got the no undershirt vest. That was crazy. Atlanta's taking Turner. See, I've heard word on the street that Latu is the pick. But then I've also heard Byron Murphy. So if they're between Turner, let me ask you this. If they're in between Turner and Latu, and they have an offer, they could potentially trade down from 8 to 11 and probably get either one of them. I'd trade down. Most common I've seen is Turner or Murphy. Yeah, I've seen every single mock I've seen for Atlanta is either, if Atlanta stays at the pick, is Turner, Latu, or Murphy. It's one of those 3. So, I always say mock drafts, you got to kind of look at the position, not the player. But it does seem like they are for sure going defensive line. Atlanta going O-line. Atlanta has the best offensive line in the NFL, according to our friends at PFF. That's what's crazy. That's what I've been saying about offensive line. Atlanta had like the best graded offensive line in the NFL, and they won 7 games with the easiest schedule in NFL history. It shows you what a bad quarterback can do. So no, they don't need offensive line. Atlanta's pick is in, baby. Here we go. Adam Schefter is talking to me about a quarterback. There is no way. There is absolutely no way. I'd be absolutely mind blown. We got Molly McGrath involved. So Adam Schefter is telling me, just told me to my face, that Atlanta's looking at taking a quarterback. Now, let me tell you this right now. Let's say they were thinking about taking a quarterback. Michael Penix would be an awful choice for that because you have to play Kirk Cousins, okay? You just paid him all the money. You have to play Kirk Cousins. If you play Kirk Cousins, why would you take Michael Penix, who's the oldest quarterback coming out of the draft, right? So if you are going to take a quarterback here, if you're the Falcons, which would be nuts, I think you got to take J.J. McCarthy. You got to take, if that's what you're planning on doing, you got to look at a player like that who's young, who needs time to develop. This would be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing if Atlanta... McCarthy makes sense, though, if you're going to take a quarterback, because he's 21 years old. He can sit there. He needs time to develop anyways. You let Cousins play for a couple of years. You do all that, and then, boom, you roll right into your franchise quarterback. Penix is not an option, I don't think, because of his age, because of his knee injuries and all that stuff. Question for the chat. Would you go to the draft, or would you have like the house party if you were being drafted? Would you want to go there, or would you do the whole house party, family, friends, the spread, all that stuff? What would you do? Falcons passing on edge is huge. Yeah, for sure. Fall, Dallas, fall. I'm still waiting for my TV to show Penix. I don't think it can be Penix. I could understand McCarthy. I could absolutely understand McCarthy. McCarthy kind of makes sense if you're Atlanta. It is kind of like one of those, where you're really long-term visioning. But McCarthy makes sense. You got a young guy in there. You don't have to rush him. You can let him chill. Penix is crazy. By the time Penix played, Penix would be, 26 years old? If he sat for 2 years behind Cousins? Let's see. House party. Yeah, house party's the move. You can use your own bathroom. You can get your own food catered. Y'all must have already seen it. Y'all must be a little bit ahead of me. They took Penix. Penix is insane. OMG Penix. Yeah, y'all are like 10 seconds ahead of me because Goodell's walking up right now. Yes, Falcons done goofed. It's real. All right, here, Goodell. Did Goodell lose some buttons, ladies and gentlemen? Goodell is like 3 or 4 buttons down on the old shirt. My God. Roger, what are you doing in the back, son? All right, here we go. They're announcing it right now for me. Unbelievable. Penix, what are y'all doing, Atlanta? What a bunch of fools. What are y'all doing? That is absolutely shocking. That's a horrific pick. Horrific. That makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Michael Penix. Yeah, 100%. Let me go on record. Penix is confirmed sweep, but what a crazy pick. 100%. Penix, the oldest quarterback in the draft, probably the most ready, I would think. And now you're going to force him to sit for a couple of years behind Kirk Cousins? Why not take McCarthy? I don't know. The timeline doesn't add up at all. I don't think the timeline adds up whatsoever. Man, let me catch up in chat. That's absolutely shocking. Absolutely mind-blowing to me. Wow. Go Falcons. Atlanta was on auto draft. Big true. Hey, somebody tell Atlanta to put some batteries in their controller. Yeah, they were on auto draft there. That helps us out. Yeah, it does. It does. Ransom Antoine. It does help us out because now that's another edge. That's another position, position of need that we had that's available or could be available. Wow. Wow. I cannot believe that pick. Penix is good, but this pick makes no sense. You get an old quarterback to sit behind an old vet. Yeah, 100%. I mean, let me ask you this: if you're going to take Penix at 8, why sign Kirk Cousins? Why get Cousins? Like if you're going to get Penix at 8, I always use this guy as an example, but sign Joe Flacco, let Joe Flacco play for a season or play for half a season, and then let Penix take over. How do you sign Cousins? How do you sign Cousins to the deal? Do all the tampering and all that stuff, and then take Penix at 8. Didn't they give Cousins $100 million? Try like $150 million. He will sit for at least 3 years, or unless Cousins get hurt. Yeah, exactly. He will sit for at least 2 years. At least 2 years. 100%. What is their strategy? I have no idea. Falcons could have had Belichick. Instead, they hire Raheem Morris and draft Michael Penix. I don't mind the Penix draft. I think Penix is awesome. I don't mind that at all. I mind drafting Penix after signing Kirk Cousins for $150 million. That is absolutely insane. That is crazy. Yeah, it was a weird move for sure. But I'm liking how the draft is falling for the Saints. Yeah, great for the Saints. Great for the Saints. 100%. Fantastic for the Saints. Bears pick is in. All right, so the Bears are probably going, I would think they're going to go defensive line here, but they could go wide receiver would be kind of crazy, but they'll probably go defensive line here. This is where Byron Murphy was projected to go. So this could be a Byron Murphy situation for the Bears. Saints got to love that pick. Yeah, for sure. Hendon Hooker 2.0, very similar. Why would they draft Penix after signing Kirk? I have no idea. That's absolutely insane. Do Saints move up for Turner now? Okay, let's think. Where would Turner go? Let's take a look. So Turner. Wait a minute. All right, Bears. Okay, so I'm way behind. I'm way behind here. Okay, so the Bears pick is in. So we're looking wide receiver. We're looking. Yeah. Okay. So Odunze. Okay. So my ESPN thing is showing Odunze. Okay. So Odunze. All right. So let's look now. So now it looks like Minnesota traded from 11 to 10. Why would they do that? Why would Minnesota trade from 11 to 10? Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on here? We're in a shot. We're in some kind of simulation. We're in a simulation, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's just relax. Why would Minnesota jump from 11 to 10? The Jets aren't going to take McCarthy. Someone else is trying to get McCarthy. They're blocking. They're doing the double block. They're doing the whoopie doop. They're doing the oop and they're doing the dupe. So I wonder who was. So who are we thinking? Denver? Are we thinking Denver was trying to swoop in to 10? Unbelievable. I mean, business is picking up. I mean, tell you that right now. Business is picking up. If you're not, I might have to go put on another pot of coffee. Denver was trying to get to 10 for sure. Yeah, I agree. The syndicate is right again. Okay, so Minnesota is now up. Has anybody seen the trade details? Minnesota, this is for sure McCarthy. I mean, this is no doubt about it. This draft is going good for this. This is currently going as good as possible for the Houdettes. All right, so let's get caught up. So we got Michael Penix at 8. We got Rome Odunze at 9 for the Bears. Bears, I mean, man, the Bears said, "Hey, Caleb Williams, you want some weapons? Here you go, pal." I mean, let me ask you this, chat. Another question from me to you. Where would you rank the Bears wide receiver room right now? Where would you rank them in the NFL? Top 10, top 5? How good is their wide receiver room? Because I think it's pretty strong. Pretty strong. Top 5? What's up, James? What's up, Joey? What's going on, man? Okay, so we assume McCarthy. All right, so we have top 3 from Elijah. Top 4, okay. Top 5, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, nuts. Agreed. I think it's good. I think it's really good. Top 15? 15 is way too low. Way too low. Has to be top 5, top 10. I would say top 10 is the ceiling. There will be several top 10 players available at 14. Has not happened since. Got to be JJ. Yeah, this is JJ. This is perfect for the Saints. This is huge for the Saints. Check the beeper for trade deets. All right, let's see. All right, so Minnesota. Here we go. This is breaking news from PBS, ladies and gentlemen. The Vikings receive 2024 first, pick number 10, a.k.a. J.J. McCarthy, and a 6th-round pick. The Jets get a 4th, a 5th this year, and, of course, number 11. So, for one spot, the Jets get a 4th, a 5th, and they had to give up a 6th, too. Okay. Fair trade. Fair trade. Fair trade. Fair trade. What you rank the Saints? The Saints wide receiver room? We'll see how the draft goes, but they're like middle of the pack. I'd say bang average. With the board changing, would you trade down if you were the Saints? Probably not right now, because right now you can get a player who you did not think would be there. So right now you're looking at like players like Dallas Turner, players like Latu being there at 14, which, I mean, even Byron Murphy. If Byron Murphy is there at 14, you got to think about it. You know, like these are some stud players who now are there because the boards changed a little bit. So right now, I'm not trading down. Right now, these are the best possible options you could have had. Like realistically, this is if you like, you know, it's not realistic to say, oh, Jaden Daniels could have fall. Realistically, this is the best current draft board for the Saints. Trading down is by far the best option for the Saints. I don't think so right now. What was your reaction to the Falcons picking Penix? I think it's a ridiculous. I don't hate picking Penix. I hate taking him after signing Kirk Cousins. It makes no sense. The timeline doesn't add up at all. You're basically drafting a 26-year-old quarterback. Like by the time he play, I just don't see it. I don't see it at all. Why sign Cousins? Why not go get Joe Flacco? Why not go get a different veteran? It makes no sense to me. Shaheed is my favorite receiver right now. I like Shaheed, but I don't think he's a 2. You know, like people, I think he's good, but he's a good return guy. He's good on like jet sweeps and stuff. But Rashid Shaheed being like a true 2, I don't know about that. Think we're getting an offensive tackle or a tight end? Right now, neither. Right now, I think we're getting a defensive lineman. Turner would be A+++ pick. Agreed. Bowers will be there. I think Bowers might go to the Jets. Turner, Bowers, and Fuaga are still on the board. Yep. Massive for the Saints for all these quarterbacks. Yep, all the quarterbacks, all the wide receivers. This is huge for the Saints. And Latham sneaking in. Like Latham being a guy that wasn't really on the Saints board. Latham all of a sudden sneaking in there. It's good for us. Saints could take Quinion and trade Lattimore for a late first OT. Hope Sean Payton drafts Bo Nix. Looks like Loomis was right about that 14 being a great pick. Hey, trust in Mickey. I say it every morning when I wake up. Every morning when I wake up, the first thing I say is I trust Mickey Loomis. Then I go about my day. The board is going to matter this year big time. You ranked it. Yeah, the board, 100%. Yeah, good point, Richard. This is the year where you got to let the board fall. And this is exactly why, ladies and gentlemen, all lead up to this, I said, you can't just say, we're taking an offensive lineman, kick your feet up, you know, put on rewatch Breaking Bad, and then wait for 14 and then take an offensive lineman. You got to let the board play out because you never know who's going to fall. You never know when a player could be there you never dreamed of. I want either Bowers, an offensive tackle. What about Turner? What about Latu? Trust in Mickey. There you go. Do we go Dallas Turner now if he's there? Yes. If he's there, it's hard to turn it down. Let's go hang the banner. Can Falcons lose Kirk because of the tamper? No. They'll just lose draft picks. No, they won't lose Kirk. I'm too excited. Who do you think they pick now? The Saints? Right now, I think you take Dallas Turner. Look at JJ's hair. JJ's got it going on with the hair. Fresh cut. I mean, a huge night. You got to get the fresh cut for sure. James, who you got if we take a running back? Have you checked out? I haven't checked out either one of them. Running back would be, you're talking about 4th rounder. I like Blake Corum. Just personally, I like how he plays. I think Blake Corum would be a good late round pick. I like Corum a lot. If we end up taking Blake Corum in the 5th round, I'd be very happy with that. James, you don't have Breaking Bad, going on the other TV? That'd be wild if I was streaming the draft, talking to you guys, entertaining the masses, having the #1 stream going in New Orleans right now. It'd be crazy if that was going on. And I'm also on season 3, episode 9 of Breaking Bad. Saints get Dallas Turner. Okay. Well, if that happens, that's a hell of a night for you. That's a hell of a Thursday night. Falcons taking Penix was the punishment. If Mickey has Twitter, blow up the DMs with Dallas Turner. Let me call him Mickey. All right, so we get let's see. So Minnesota. So Big Raj is announcing the Minnesota pick right now. I would assume it's got to be McCarthy. You don't trade up. I mean, McCarthy was always Minnesota's guy. That was the conversation. It was how high do you have to go up to get McCarthy? And the answer was 10. That was the answer. And man, I wonder. When you see, PBS let us know what the trade details were, and it's crazy that Denver could. I'm sure Sean Payton. We all know Sean Payton's a prickly pear. So if Sean Payton hears, we're getting a 4th and a 5th, you think Sean Payton would say, okay, we'll do that. Or, we'll do a 4th and a 5th. You can keep the 6th or whatever. I'm surprised Sean Payton didn't get his guy. I'll say that. Very surprised. Saints need to trade up to get Turner. Where do you think Turner goes? Because Turner's not going here. He's not going to the Jets. He could go to Denver, I suppose. He's not going to the Raiders. So where do you think Turner goes? If we have to trade up to get him. There's McCarthy. McCarthy's a good player. I think McCarthy's he would be a great player to sit behind someone like Kirk Cousins. He's young. He's got a small amount of experience in college as far as actual what he's done. Obviously, I know he won a national championship, but as far as him throwing and all of that, he's a perfect guy to draft. Let your veteran play. You let him sit for a couple years, and then I think you got a good player. But and he's in a good system. I think Minnesota. I like Kevin O'Connell. I think the smarts in here like him. So we'll see. Sean Payton stuck with Zach Wilson now. If there's anybody on earth who can make Zach Wilson work, it's Sean Payton. As much as I hate to say that, it is the truth. Jets pick is in. Is it Bowers? Is it Bowers? This is the moment. This is where you really start wondering. Because if they go Fashanu here, whoa, 14 gets nuts. I'll tell you that. If they go offensive lineman here, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to open up a window because 14 is going to get absolutely buck wild. Vikings just got a franchise quarterback. They got a chance at one. For sure. We'll see what they do. We'll see if they rush them, they develop them. We'll see. But I think McCarthy, he to me is the guy that absolutely needs a couple years. Absolutely needs a couple years to just sit back, learn, take it slow. And if he does that, I think you could have a franchise quarterback. Jets not taking Turner would be crazy. I don't think they're even looking at him. I think Jets are between Bowers and an offensive lineman. I think taking Turner would be kind of crazy for the Jets. How weathered do you think Mickey's wad of gum is right now? Did you see the pre-draft interview with Mickey Loomis? He referenced his gum. He referenced his gum and said something like, "I'm not chewing gum today." JJ's mastered the handoff. Yeah, what was it? 36 straight handoffs against Penn State. Raiders going offensive lineman right in front of us now. So do we trade with Denver if we want it? No. I don't think you trade up to take like the third best or fourth best offensive lineman. I think if you're going to trade up to take the fourth best offensive lineman, just stay put and take the fifth best at that point. Allen would love Turner. Yeah, Dallas Turner is perfect for Dennis Allen. I mean, like, if Turner's available, I just don't understand how unless Dennis has absolutely no say in that room. But I just don't see how, if Turner's there, they don't take Dallas Turner. This draft is getting very, very interesting. Yeah, this draft just cranked up big time. Turner better than all the offensive linemen. Ain't no way I'm taking an offensive lineman if I'm Jets, not over Turner. Well, you also have to factor in you have Aaron Rodgers. So you kind of have to decide, all right, we have Rodgers for probably a year. He's probably done after this year. So how can we maximize Rodgers? And if you're going to maximize Rodgers, the two ways to do that, the first way is to keep him upright, which is an offensive lineman. The second way is to get him more toys, which would be Brock Bowers. Would you take Dallas Turner over Bowers? Probably. Yeah. Probably would. It'd be close, though. It'd be really close. It'd be 1A, 1B. 1A, 1B. I think Turner's awesome. I think Turner could be, I don't want to say the next Micah Parsons or something like that, but I think Turner could be like, a really, really, really impactful edge rusher at a time where a really, really impactful edge rusher is like one of the most important positions you can have. All right, Jets is in. Goodell's speaking. Bashanu. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. I mean, we're now in the world where anything could happen. This is crazy. Sucks, but it's Bowers time? Could be. Verse, Turner, Latu, Bowers, Murphy, all on the board. I mean, it's insane right now. Like right now, every single player we wanted, I think, is on the board. Do we draft O-line in the later rounds? Yes. Especially if we go defensive line here. Or tight end here. DA and Mickey must be they're Saints front office right now is ecstatic. 100%. Saints front office is ecstatic. Bowers is ours. Denver could take Bowers. Denver could take him. Broncos got to take Bowers. There you go. Malden nailed it. Broncos could easily take Bowers. Boom. PBS nailed it too. The boys are thinking. The boys are thinking when PBS and Malden both agree. It's a dangerous game, ladies and gentlemen. The Broncos could for sure take Bowers. I think the Broncos could take Bowers. I don't think the Raiders could take Bowers. So this is your last team. If you want the Saints to draft Bowers, this is the last team that's your last hurdle. I guess technically, like the Colts could probably move up. The Colts could trade up with the Raiders, but Denver needs Nix. He can be their quarterback. True, but can Denver get Nix later on? I think so. I'm telling y'all, I would trade down because you can get a player the next 7 picks. I don't know. I mean, you got some real studs right here. Unless Denver likes a mid-round quarterback, which is very possible. I can see Sean drafting Spencer Rattler. Yeah, that's a good point too. Where if you want Bo Nix, like 12, do you take? If you're Sean Payton, do you take Brock Bowers at 12, and then you get Michael Pratt or somebody in the 3rd round? Do you get Spencer Rattler in the 3rd, 4th round? So I mean, there's a lot of options. I mean, right now, mean, Sean Payton, he's tricky. You know, Sean Payton is he's thinking about everything. I can guarantee you that. Peyton's thinking quarterback. Peyton's thinking tight end. Peyton's thinking defensive line. He's ESPN foreshadowing Bo Nix before the commercial. Arnold maybe here too, possibly. That's another good shout. Malton, you've been doing your draft prep, huh? Malton, how many mock drafts you got on your screen right now? Man, is Malton? Are you paying Mel Kiper's OnlyFans? Are you on Todd McShay's? Are you on his secret website? Should we trade down? Should we trade our second pick down? Nah, I don't think so. I think if anything, we package our fifths and trade up. I'm rubbing my hands like Birdman. Either we get, man, that's a great point. That's a great line. That is a fantastic line right there. Either we get the best defensive player in the draft or we get the fourth best offensive lineman. 100%. 100%. If the Saints get too cute here, we're going to hear it from you and your compadres for the next year. 100%, no doubt. You know I'll be the first one to check them. I'll be the first one. Peyton is thinking best player available. It's Nix from sources. I mean, if you get the chance of the best defensive player in the draft, I feel like you got to take him. Yeah, I agree. I literally said Denver could take a DB. I've been on this. Brown boys, he's got it figured out. He's got it figured out. So many options for the Saints. So many. Yeah, I agree. I don't think trading down is possible right now for the Saints. I agree. I don't think there's no reason the Saints would trade down, because the only reason to trade down is if what happened with the offensive linemen, where Fashanu's gone, Latham's gone, Alt's gone, and you're staring at Fatanu and Fawaga. If you're staring at that, then you trade down. But you have Turner, you've got Bowers, you've got Murphy, you've got Latu. Like, you don't trade down from this spot. You take your impact player right here. Get Turner and get Dalton Drew from James' Madden franchise. Oh, dude, if we had Dalton Drew, you kidding me? If we had Dalton Drew 99 speed, come on. Dalton Drew's about to have 2,000 yards this season. It's here for If we pass on a lineman, do we have to pray Trevor develops? Sort of, yeah. I think if you pass on a lineman here, you are doing it with the idea that you're going to give Penning a chance. You're going to give Penning a chance to play. If you take Dallas Turner or whoever here, you're going into that with the mindset of, okay, Trevor Penning is going to have to play next year. Is that left tackle? I don't know. Is that left guard? I don't know. But it does probably mean he has to play. I can see me with a Dallas Turner or Bowers jersey. There you go. Yeah, the two best defensive ends still there. Saints can't mess this up. 100%. The two best defensive ends are there. The best defensive tackle is there. And the best tight end is there. I don't think they can mess it up. Pick is in. Ladies and gentlemen, pick is in. Here we go. Adam Schefter with it. Very tight haircut. Very tight. Here we go. What are y'all thinking? The best case scenario for the Saints is Bo Nix. There's Sean. Sean's looking a little more, has a little more color in his face than usual. Usually at this point, he's slumped down in a chair, barely even holding on to consciousness. All right. Bo Nix is, I think it's a huge reach. I hope they do it because it's a huge reach, but I think it is a big reach. Penning's been awful, but he's still only realistically had 1 year of NFL experience. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy for the Saints to give Penning another year. I think Penning sucks, but, Where's Vegas going? I think Vegas was going Michael Penix. But now, I don't know. I'm not a fan of Antonio Pierce. I don't think Antonio Pierce is a good head coach. So there's really no telling. He'll probably go like, I don't know, whatever the most boring pick possible is. Here we go. Damn, Bo Nix. Okay. All right. Oh, now ESPN's updating it. Now ESPN's updating it correctly. Okay. All right. That is so high for Bo Nix. That's so high. I mean, Sean Payton kind of does this. Sean Payton does kind of try and prove people wrong, but I don't know. Again, I think Sean can make him good, but 12 is crazy. My Gophers beat Knicks in a 2019 bowl game. Oh, you're a Minnesota fan? Rattler will move up over predictions. I think Rattler can play. I mean, if you're like for a third, fourth, fifth round quarterback, like Rattler's pretty solid. Like when you think about, we got Jake Haener in the fourth, or you think about some of the other quarterbacks you see go in the fourth, fifth round, Spencer Rattler's pretty solid as a prospect. Vegas, I feel, has to go defensive line. What the hell else is it? Yeah, I think you have to. You probably go like Byron Murphy here. You probably just take best player available if you're the Raiders. This is a good example here of how I always talk about best player available. If you're the Raiders, your number one guy got taken, Michael Penix. Your wide receivers are gone. I think they also would have gone wide receiver. So now you're looking around and you say, you know what? Let's just take the best defensive player on our board. Who's the best player on our board? If you're them, and if they have Latu, if they have Murphy, if they have however they have it ranked, I think you just go there. You just go there. You don't make it too hard on yourselves. And Raiders should trade back, or you could trade back. I mean, you got to find a dance partner, but trading back for them wouldn't be crazy. Raiders don't have a need for Bowers. No, they're not taking Bowers. The Raiders, Bowers isn't an option. You don't go Michael Mayer and Bowers with Gardner Minshew or whatever is your starting quarterback. Raiders are not taking Bowers. Raiders will go a defensive lineman, I think. I think you go, it'll be a combination of Latu, Turner, or Murphy. Please, Bowers. Come on, Bowers. Raiders take Bowers. Raiders go Turner. Pick is in. They took Bowers. Turner and Crosby. Yeah, I mean, I think Turner. Yeah, exactly. You take Dallas Turner and you say, okay, well, we have Max Crosby and Dallas Turner. Let's figure out the rest later. Man, whenever I see all these names, whenever I see all the names pop up, it freaks me out. Total quarterback over got crucified. Yeah. Who was it flapping their gums saying that Bo Nix and Michael Penix were going to fall out of the first round? I heard that yesterday or 2 days ago. I heard somebody flapping their gums, some analyst saying that they thought it was just going to be Williams, Daniels, May, and McCarthy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're the Raiders pick is in. I have yet to hear them say anything. My ESPN is yet to update. So, and then we got 10 minutes for the Saints are on the clock, and we got some real talking to do. So hold on. Here we go. If I was the Raiders, I'd probably go Turner. All right, here we go. Roger's about to talk. Here we go. Roger, what you got? Whoa! Oh my God! What? Wow! Brock Bowers got to get a hat. You got to get a hat, Brock. Got to get a hat. No ifs, ands, or buts about that one. Brock Bowers, you got to get a hat, my guy. He's hurting. Put a hat on now. Put a beanie on. Damn. Okay. Damn. So you go Brock Bowers. So you have Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers now. What a crazy play for the Raiders. Damn. I mean, he's a stud. I don't think it's a great landing spot for him, but he's a stud, no doubt about it. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the clock. All right, let me get caught up in chat. They have no need for him? Yeah, I mean, please give us Turner. Saints are going Fuaga, Turner. Raider fans are pissed they got Bowers. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think. I don't know. Chest is pounding. They did get a stub, but man, they have nobody throwing to him. Raiders and Falcons. Okay, so let's talk about this. So, what do we think of the Saints? I think you gotta go Turner here. You go Turner or Latu, whoever you think is the best defensive end. The whole thing with the whole thing with Latu this whole time is, yeah, I mean, they're showing Bowers' party right now. The whole thing with Latu was his medical. His medical was cleared. So I think they're probably right there, Turner and Latu. Who do you think the better edge player is? Whoever you have higher rated, if you're Dennis Allen, the defensive specialist. This one guy's playing solitaire. Y'all see that in the Raiders draft room? The guy on the left, he's playing solitaire. Look at that. He's playing hearts. That was crazy. You have to go Turner or Latu here. They have fallen to you. You cannot screw this up. What you cannot do here, is reach and take your... I would assume Fashanu was their top guy. I would assume Fashanu was the guy they wanted. So you do not sit here and take your second offensive lineman on the board. Go get your top defensive guy. Go get Dallas Turner. We are maxed out on defensive line. Neck injuries, can't go over quota. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with saying, you know what? Let's keep the neck injuries to a minimum. Let's take Dallas Turner. They have so many defensive ends they will reach, but they really don't. Like Cam Jordan, I mean, last year, we have a lot of defensive end like names, but as far as defensive end production, we don't have any. We have zero edge production. We have edge players on the roster, but I'm cool with Chase Young. But Cam Jordan or any of the other 7 edge players that don't do anything, take Dallas Turner. Really think about it. Chase Young's 24 years old. Yes, he has the neck of Kurt Angle. Yes, okay? But he's 24 years old. So if Chase Young can be impactful and Carl Anderson exists, yeah, move him around. You can move these players around. Edge is edge. You can put people at linebacker, put people inside. Don't worry about the position. Worry about the actual impact. But if we have Chase Young and Dallas Turner, you're talking about a couple of young 20. Your pass rush now, not only did it get better, it got younger. And that's what we need. Carl Granderson is not a defensive end 1. He's more of a number 2. Yeah, like I said, you can move those kind of players around. Don't get stuck on, well, what are we going to do with 3 defensive ends? You can move people around. Reports are we are listening to trade offers. Move Cam to defensive tackle. Neck of Kurt Angle got me laughing, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Chase Young and Latu's next. It's not, we can order the butterfly collars, the cowboy collars, or whatever. We got to do what we got to do. All right, 3 minutes left on the clock. My God. Dallas Turner on one side and Carl Granderson on the opposite. Cam is aging. Trade offers, we milked it. We finna have the deepest defensive ends in the league. I mean, and it depends on what you think these people can do, too. If you think Turner can play outside linebacker, it depends on what you think. They saw these guys. So, man, I don't think you can mess this up if you're the Saints. The only way you can mess it up, I think, is if you settle for Fuaga, or if you settle for, whatever. What would it be? The 5th offensive lineman? Fashanu, Latham, all to be the 4th offensive lineman. Yeah, Fatanu. If you settle for Fatanu right here, I don't know. Keep up the great work, James. I'm a huge fan of your analysis. I appreciate that, Matt. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 400 people in here right now, okay? Let me give you all a shout out real quick before we get to the pick. Thank you very much for watching the live stream with me. 400 people for over 2 hours is insane. Absolutely insane. Dominic, a few seconds ago, subscribed. Thank you very much, my friend. Great stuff, man. I mean, this is way, way, way bigger than I could have expected. So thank you all very much for that. Fuaga per sources, good pick for y'all. Please draft Turner. Hit the like button. You're welcome, my brother. Pick us in. Love you, James. I love each and every one of y'all. All right. Here we go. Nothing has happened on my screen yet. Great hosting, James. Great fun. Absolutely. Pick us in. Ladies and gentlemen, pick us in on the screen. Here we go. Get fired up. Everyone, get a pump in if you can real quick. Pump out 10, 15, 20 push-ups. Get your blood pumping. Get the nitric oxide going. Get do what you got to do. Here we go. All right, pick is in, so they have 10 minutes to announce. I'm about to down a bottle. Turner, please. So, chat, right now, let me get this straight. Are we all in agreement? We want to hear Dallas Turner. Is that right now, let me know what your pick would be. What would your pick be if you were walking up to the podium? I love that over 200 other people listening to James as much as I do. Over 400. We are at 415 viewers. So a huge number. Saints always reach for their guy. This is nothing new. Please let it be Turner. Absolutely Turner. Turner. Okay. I think this is what it says right now in chat. Turner. I'm out on this team. Turner. So we got a consensus. So Dallas Turner. Okay. Couple Latus in there. Fuaga. Crafty says he's got sources. I believe Crafty's sources. I do. Crafty knows. He's tuned in, man. He's tuned in. All right. I think I'll be disappointed. You should live stream after away games since you're at the Dome with Bloodies and Dome Dogs at home games. This has been really, I think, we're a ways away from that, but I think we could for sure be doing live streams after away games. For sure. With how good this is going, I could see that being something in the future. I love James Skrmetta, bro. I listen to you while I mow grass at my job. There you go. Much appreciated, man. It's an honor as you get after the lawn. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. Sewell Moon has subscribed. Thank you very much, Sewell Moon. Any relation to Sailor Moon? Pause. All right. Crafty did predict Bauer's last pick. Crafty knows. Crafty's locked in. All right, here we go. Roger's up. Roger's losing buttons left and right. All right, here we go. Damn it, Fuaga. Damn it. Damn. They went the easy route. Damn. Okay. They go Fuaga. Oh, man. He's Zeus. He's Zeus, though. He's part of the bloodline. But damn. Put the ones up. I mean, he's part of the bloodline. Put the ones up. I think it's a safe pick. I think it's a good pick. But I think the Saints could have made a real impact with Dallas Turner or with Latu. And Latu's Oos as well. Latu's, But he's a need. He is what we need, I think, like I said, I think it's a safe pick. I think it's a good pick. But I think if you look at this pick, you can pretty much guarantee that Ryan Ramczyk's knee is in a worse spot than we've heard. I'll tell you that. This is more than likely your starting right tackle next year. I mean, the question now happens is, what do you do? What do you do if Ramczyk plays? If Ramczyk plays, what did you just do? If Ramczyk plays, what is this pick? Right? Is this pick, are you trying to move him to left tackle? Are you pinning? What happens if Ramczyk does in fact play? If Ramczyk doesn't play, obviously he's your starting right tackle. But all right, let's check. Let me get caught up in chat here. Dumbest pick shows 0 draft prep. All the stars aligned, and we ignored the gods. The season's over, and other offensive linemen were collecting them like Pokemon. Always picked by need, not best player available. Not a good pick. Loomis blows again. Turner probably going to be a Colt. What do you grade that pick? Out of 10, I'd probably give that pick a 7.5. I think right at bang average, just no risk, no reward, super safe pick. I don't think it moves the needle one way or the other. That's how I'd grade the pick. I'd rather this pick now than them picking over Bowers. Yeah, I mean, Bowers going does change things, but still, can you move Ryan to left tackle? Ramczyk? No, I mean, you're not. I don't think so. Not a good pick. Turner and Murphy were on the board. Fuaga's a mauler. He can be a guard as well. If he can be a guard, like, okay, that changes things too, for sure. Only thing that makes me feel better is that the Falcons somehow did worse than us. Best E player in the draft or fifth best tackle. Trust Loomis to screw it up. Penning sucks farts. Is Clint even in the room? Did anybody see Clint Kubiak? This team sucks. Fuaga was the tackle. I was hoping the Saints would take him. Happy with this pick. Going to throw up. Starting O-line right now. Penning, Udo, McCoy, Ruiz, Fuaga. I'm over this franchise. Leave it to Loomis. Saints fan, let's get ready for another mediocrity season. No way you're telling me that Fuaga is the best player available. No, he's not. He would not be the best player available now. It's a good pick, but Turner would have been amazing. Still no left tackle. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all kind of in agreement on this one. I think we're all in agreement that it was just an okay pick. It was just an average pick. It was a super, super safe pick. It was just one of those things where, you make the pick. It is what it is. Will he be good? Who knows? Where is he going to play? Where does this leave Ramczyk? Where does this leave Penning? We still have some questions, So nothing safe about this pick. Top 8 pick next year. Mark my words. Why not Dallas? I think the whole reason we didn't take Dallas Turner is because we had Chase Young. If you want me to be honest, I think. Dallas Turner is just absolutely destroying a bag of Doritos on my screen right now. But I think if you were to ask Dennis Allen and Mickey Loomis and them why they took or why they passed on Dallas Turner, I think their answer is we believe in Chase Young. So they just went full need. And I do agree, no doubt, offensive line is a need for sure, 100%. But like one of the guys in chat said, when the gods grant you this and you have so many impact players you didn't think would be there, you do kind of have to take a risk. Don't worry, the Pels play Saturday. Yeah. Hey, if y'all think it can't get worse, the Pelicans play in a couple days. The Raiders got the jump on us being ahead, so it is what it is. They did what was expected. Yeah. I think that, yeah, not surprising. Is that how you say that? Not surprising? Yeah, 100%. They did what was expected, for sure. That's how I would put it. Allen is a safe guy. They must feel confident in Chase Young. Yeah. Latu is next. I listen to all your shows. Great takes. Hey, thank you, Jeffrey. Much appreciated. We weren't going to have a great line no matter what. Get a star with individual impact potential. I agree with that, Robert. I agree. They said he would probably play guard or tackle. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So there's only two options. He's got to play guard or tackle. He's not going to play center. So, but same thing, right? So you can take Dallas Turner, you can take Latu, you can trade up and take Bowers if you want, whatever. Or you can take a guy who might play tackle, might play guard. We don't even know what position he's going to play. We just took a guy who, right now, I don't know if he's going to be our right tackle. I don't know if he's going to be our left tackle. I don't know if he's going to be our left guard. I don't even know if he's going to be starting. So it is hard to get excited for a guy like that who you don't even know. He's good, but how does he exactly impact our team? What a shame. Don't forget when players fall like Turner, there could be reasons we don't know about. O-line's a bigger need. Yeah, O-line is definitely a bigger need for sure. Let's see. Why not pick Turner? Honestly, I think you don't take Turner because of Chase Young. We might as well trade our first round pick every year. Pels lose 134 to 98. Hey, at least we kept it, at that point, it's yeah, we put in a good performance. 98 points. Young is pre-injured 1-year rental, solves nothing. Yeah, from our vantage point, for sure. But if they believe Young isn't that hurt, or they believe Young is a long-term answer, then it changes things. So I would assume they're looking at Young as a long-term answer. Saints could have traded back. Agreed. Thank God I'm a Wolves fan. Y'all going to hop on board once the Pels get eliminated. I'm happy with the pick. Fuaga's great. Turner going to bust. Okay, so Latu goes 15 to Indy. Yeah, Latu's sweet. If you get past his medical, he's insane. Fuaga was my best fit for verse for Saints. Nuggets versus Wolves. Latu injury history. Yeah, I mean he's got some serious medical problems. Bad medical and a bad haircut. Chase playing this year? Yeah. Chase Young will play this year. Chase Young will be ready for week 1. There's so much defensive talent left in the draft, we can probably get impact guys later on. Yeah, I agree with that. Fuaga's a home run. Back-to-back, back-to-back ooze, baby. Put him back up. Andres Pete 2.0. Carr going to be running for his life. I didn't forget how horrific the line was in the first 3 weeks. Bro, how is Turner still on the board? Latte is good, but whoa. Well, I think like a lot to, like I said, if you take his medical out, I think a lot of people thought he was the number 1 guy. So once he got cleared, I think then that's when Turner started to fall. Now the question is where does Byron Murphy go? Because now Byron Murphy is a guy who it's like maybe he's the best defensive player on the board. I hate the Saints pick. Why didn't they draft Turner? Turner going to Cincinnati. Maybe now we passed up on a 15-sack guy. Need my Vikings to grab Turner. Saints draft offensive line. Lakers going down 3-0 tonight. The Angels are going to lose too. Jake, you're an Angels fan. How crazy would it be if this is the year the Angels win without Ohtani? Like Mike Trout's basically the best player in baseball again. That haircut is undrafted. Yeah, that haircut is undrafted. We needed Joe Alt, Andres Pete, Fuaga. I mean, I think Fuaga's fine. I think Fuaga is good. Fuaga is fine. Could you have traded down? Yeah, but like we always say, you can't just trade down. You have to have a trade partner. So was there a trade partner? Maybe not. So if the Saints had to make a pick, again, it's safe. It's a 7. It's average. It's clothes on Christmas. Do you need clothes on Christmas? Yeah. Do you want clothes on Christmas? No. But are you going to go, you're going to go walk around naked all day? You're going to go to Chili's naked? You're going to get 2 for 1 margaritas at Chili's naked? They're not going to let you in. How are you going to go to the Ruby Tuesday salad bar with no clothes on? So even if you don't want, Applebee's has $2 Brutus Long Island iced teas. You don't want clothes, but you got to wear them to get in there. You know what I'm saying? Loomis is always comfortable with fine, not great. 4/5 for Trey Hendrickson. Problem with Hendrickson is I don't know if we can pay him. So if Rams going to go, Penning plays left tackle, Nick starts left guard. Oh, Ramczyk. If Ramczyk is good to go, Penning plays left tackle. I don't know. Forgive. That's good. That's good point. I don't know. If Ramczyk is good and they believe Penning can develop and Penning does develop, I'm not sure where he goes. That is a great question. PFF say the Saints were trying to trade down, and I'm okay with that too. As long as we, Penning sucks. He does suck. As long as we were trying to trade down and trying to be creative and trying to do all that stuff, I'm totally cool with that. I just didn't want the Saints to sit back and rest on their laurels and take an offensive lineman or whatever. But if we were trying to move around, and at least we were attempting it. The Saints taking Fuaga could be potentially saying the Saints saying Rams done. I agree. I think them taking Fuaga tells you that Ramczyk is done. Saints took a while, might not have found a trade part. Yeah, I think 100%. I think those two things are true. I would say those are universal truths. Truth 1, Ryan Ramczyk will not play this season and maybe ever again. Truth 2, the Saints were trying to trade down and could not find a partner. I think those two things are true. Fuaga's highlights are really good. It does seem safer to take a first-round offensive lineman than defensive lineman. I don't know about that. Though I don't think there's a differentiator between safer between those two. I would say, if anything, I would say defensive line is probably more scheme. You really need a defensive lineman who's going to fit what you're trying to do. It's hard to just take a defensive lineman who's going to fit any scheme and then be successful. Bauer. Miles 228. Yeah, man. Biloxi, stand up. Would have been cool trading down if we got Mims. Yeah, I agree with that. They must believe Benton can fix Penning. I mean, I think right now, if I was a betting man, I would bet Penning as our left tackle. I would bet Ramczyk is hurt and Fuaga is your right tackle. What's our strategy to get in the third round? Your fifths. So you have 4 fifths. So you package the fifths and potentially a 2025 or a 2026 pick to get into the third. That's how you get into the third round. The Saints still believe in Penning? Yeah. How good of a prospect is Turner? Eventual All-Pro? All-Pro, I mean, I think he'd be impactful. I'll say that. I think Turner could have been impactful, especially with someone like Dennis Allen. Like, you got to remember that. You got to remember, so we talked about how like Sean Payton can turn any offensive player into a good player because he's such a good offensive mind. Dennis Allen is kind of like that defensively, where you got to trust that whoever Dennis Allen gets on defense, he can make them work. So someone like Dallas Turner, you give them 2 Dennis Allen, that's nasty. That's real nasty. Or Latu or Byron Murphy or whoever. Brian Brzee plays the 3 tech. No one tech is worth a first this year. Fuaga looks really solid. You needed the best tackle available. Penny needs his mental check. We missed out on the next great tight end. Agree with that. Murphy to Seattle. Okay, so Crafty, who currently is like 8 for 8 on the last picks. Crafty is saying Byron Murphy to Seattle. Okay. Let me update my ESPN draft board here. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's see. If Mims falls to 45, that would be a miracle. Yeah, but true. But if Mims falls to 45, then are you upset that you didn't take? If Mims is at 40, if I told you that for sure Mims is at 45, then do you probably take a defensive lineman at 14? Probably, right? And that's my whole thing. My whole thing was always that you can probably get the offensive lineman at 45 or later. So that's kind of why I would have taken a defensive lineman. You surprised Latu was the first pass rusher taken? No, I'm not. Latu was looked at as the number 1 edge rusher. His medical held him out, but I think once he got cleared, I think Latu's a stud for sure. For sure. Watch Penning turn into a stud by year 4 and start talking next contract. If Penning is a stud in his 4th year, think about this. If Penix is a stud in his 4th year, he'll be 29 years old. So, like, he's a different kind of prospect because of his age. Oh, Penning. I thought you said Penix. I thought you said Penix. Penning. Trevor. Big Trevor. If Trevor, if he's a stud by his... That's kind of the problem with offensive lineman, though. Like, if he's a stud by year 4, what's he doing in between? Is he getting better, or is he just ass for 3 straight years and then turns it on, I was hoping Turner, instant impact player, but OT was neat. Yeah, I agree with that. Kubiak should be elated with the pick. Yeah, he's definitely... I think Kubiak, he fits what Kubiak wants to do. Yeah, but I want both. Oh, so you're saying take Fuaga and Mims. That'd be pretty wild. I mean, it's definitely possible. If you take Fuaga and Mims, you are punting on Trevor Penning. For sure. Unless you turn him into a guard, which, who or what position is your ideal second-round pick? Depends on who's there. I think it's the same 3. You're looking at offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, and then after that, you're probably going into the secondary. Does your family run the Ship Island charters? Not directly. That is my grandfather's brother's family who runs those boats. So, not directly, but sort of. Can't win without a solid O-line. Not true. Last year, the number 3 offensive line was Indianapolis. Number 4 was the Atlanta Falcons. Bottom 5 was the Houston Texans. Which team would you rather be right now? Let's see. Cam Jordan. What did Cam say? Cam Jordan tweet? Let's see. See what Cam said. Let's see. Here's a Catherine Terrell beat reporter for the Saints. Fuaga is the 5th offensive lineman selected by the Saints in the first round since 2015, the most in the NFL in that span. That makes me want to vomit all over myself. That makes me sick. God. Let me read that again, ladies and gentlemen. Fuaga is the 5th offensive lineman selected by the Saints in the first round since 2015, the most in the NFL in that span. Disgusting. Because our offensive line is terrible. Cam Jordan, quote, got us one to protect DC. Knew it. Who dat? Good night. Byron Murphy to Seattle. Crafty's out of control. Crafty is unbelievable. Crafty might be the greatest draft. I mean, that's my boy right there. Crafty knows what's going on. If you want to know anything about the draft, you ask Crafty. If you want to know anything about foot champs, you ask Bucks. You know, I mean, that's the moderation sensation crew at work. Apparently, Kirk Cousins didn't know the Falcons were even considering picking a quarterback. I absolutely believe that. We've already folded on Penning last season. Nah, Penning's got to play. Penning's got to play. Especially us taking a right tackle. Like, we take Fuaga. He's a right tackle. I think that's us saying I think us taking Fuaga pretty much guarantees Trevor Penning is going to start on. We got Fred breaking news from PBS himself. Minnesota has traded up. Minnesota is picking at 17. Ladies and gentlemen, who is this? Who is this going to be? Minnesota pick is in at 17. They traded with Jacksonville. Brian Thomas is going to be a stud in the NFL. James, thanks for hosting this for Saints fans. You are a great and entertaining host and actually read comments. Whew, Robert, my pleasure. Over 400 Saints fans have been in here all night long. Unbelievable. So my thanks to y'all. Thank you for allowing me to host the #1 stream in New Orleans sports media. Saints Super Bowl team, dominant O-line, best of all time after the Hogs. Yeah, but that was different NFL. Different NFL. Dominant O-lines was a thing of the past. You could also probably look at like analytics, like quarterback release time. I would assume quarterback release time averages are way higher now than they were back then. Like stuff like that. Like you just got to look at all that, and I think everything's trending in the direction that offensive line is less impactful. Less running plays, less running on first down. All those analytics come into it. James killing it. Pat McAfee had some guy pulling cards out of his ass for the Saints pick. Didn't even announce it. Pat McAfee's got, who's got a magician out there? Don't believe saying you don't need a good O-line. You're crazy. I don't think you do. I think you need a top 20 offensive line and you're fine. All right, Vikings are in. Here we go. Damn, Minnesota. Damn. All right. Dallas Turner and JJ McCarthy. I like the suit Dallas Turner has on. Not a fan of the shoes, but I do like the suit. The sherbet, lime sherbet situation. Controversial with the shoes. Is Field Yates hitting bumps in the bathroom during commercial breaks, yes or no? Josh ED, this is a crazy stat for you. Mel Kiper. 1, he's never taken a bathroom break in the history of the draft. And 2, even more crazy, he claims he eats a slice of pumpkin pie every morning for breakfast. Why would you do that? But he says every single morning he has a slice of pumpkin pie. Great show, James. Thank you. Thank you, Ted. Thank you for being in here and choosing. I mean, you could be anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here for draft night, and I really do appreciate that. Minnesota going to take Brian Thomas. What's up, man? Love our pick. Okay, there you go. Any chance we trade back in? I don't think so. Possibly. I don't think so because we don't have a ton of draft capital. So I don't think we give up draft capital to trade back into the first. who would we be trading back in for? That's the question. I'm a fan of Crown. Okay, the Saints just happen to be there too. Yeah, I mean, I go to the Superdome for 3 things: Bloody Marys. Well, 4 things: Bloody Marys, Crown and soda specifically, Dome Dogs, and split the pot tickets. The Saints are just kind of there. Vikings have killed this draft. They're setting themselves up pretty well. Could have been a whole lot worse, y'all. We could have traded up to get Fuaga. True. We need a good offensive line. Having teams with mobile quarterbacks like the Texans, not so much. Turner replaces Hunter. True. James, you do a great job. My appreciate that. Pumpkin pie outside of November is an absolutely unhinged move. Imagine pumpkin pie in like June. Just a random Tuesday in June. Just a slice of pumpkin pie. He also eats pumpkin pie filling out of the can. Jesus. Bengals takes Mims. Oh, crafty. That's crafty. So, okay, we can go ahead and write that down. Bengals take Mims if Crafty said it. Crafty, what's Cincinnati going to do about wide receiver? What's going on with everybody trying to get out of Cincinnati? I mean, we got Trey Hendrickson asked for a trade. T. Higgins asked for a trade. What's going on here? James, always enjoy your takes on the NFL. Hey, I'm always happy to give them. Thank y'all for watching the channel, supporting the channel, and all the stuff we're doing. We're doing big things. We're growing fast, rapidly, and it's the off season. You know what I'm saying? It's the off season, and we're still flying. We're still growing. You know, all these other channels, they're lost. They're lost in the off season. We're just getting hotter. We're getting better. By the time the season comes around, to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. Where we go now for the second pick? I think you go either O-line, D-line, or wide receiver. Just a 4th of July slice of pumpkin pie. You a real one for this live, James, real Saints fan. Much appreciated. I just want starters at this point. Exactly. Like, that's Richard, 100%. We just need starters. Get starters. Get impactful players. Get guys who can be on the roster. Get guys who can impact the game. Don't get practice squad players. Don't waste picks on developmental guys. That's the answer. Trey signed an extension literally 9 months ago. LOL, it's insane. He's underpaid, but like, bro, you just signed. Yeah, I mean, I thought the same thing. Cincinnati's a dumpster fire organizationally. Burrow and Chase carrying that team. Bengals don't want to pay anyone for real. Saw a stat. The tackle we got did not give up a sack in his college career. I like that. But question, does that mean he's going to play right tackle? Does that mean he's going to play where he played in college? And if he's going to play right tackle, that means Ryan Ramczyk's knee is dust. So, you hate to hear that. Fuaga will start at right tackle. Yep. Bring Trey back. I just don't think we can pay him. I would love to have Trey Hendrickson back. I just don't think we can pay him. O-line, second round also. Depends on who's there. Yeah, if a guy you think is really good slides, yeah, sure. Draft the 6th best offensive line in the draft or draft the best defensive player. Yeah, man. I agree. I can see the Saints taking Chris Braswell or Rice or Sweat or Coleman. Sweat could be there. Wide receiver at 45 or an edge. Would I trade the 2nd for Trey? It depends on the money. If you told me I could trade Trey for my 2nd and pay him and he's locked in, he's good to go. Yeah, for sure, 100%. If we can't pay him, if we're, renting it, if all that stuff comes into play, then I don't know. Cousins has a lot of money in his pocket. He does not care. Kirk, yeah, I mean, it is weird. I think it's weird with Kirk, like, to take Penix, but Fatanu in the 2nd. I know he'll be gone though. It depends on his medical. Fatanu, I heard his knee. I heard he's got degenerative issues in his knee. If that's the case, I don't know if you want that. I guess this means Ryan Ramczyk might be a backup and more like he might be retired. The Bengals organization does not trade unless they fleece the trade partner. Breaking news from PBS. The Vikings traded up to 17. The Jaguars got their pick 23, a 5th round pick, a 3rd round pick in 2025, and a 4th round pick in 2025. So a pretty good haul for Jacksonville. Pretty good haul. I would say that's pretty strong. For Jacksonville to drop down 6 picks, they got a 5th rounder this year, a 3rd rounder next year, and a 4th rounder next year. So I'm going to say that's a W. I'm going to say that's a W for Jacksonville. We could replace our O-line with Roombas and you wouldn't notice a difference. You're probably right. You're probably right. James, I have choices. I chose you. My man. Much appreciated. I don't know if I trust Roombas, though. You know what I mean? I don't know. I especially don't trust the Roombas that cut the yard. The ones that go outside. That's... I don't know about that. All right, Bengals pick is in. According to Crafty, I think Crafty said this was Mims. Or is that right, Crafty? You said it was Mims? Vikings slaying this draft. Depends on how you feel about McCarthy. Mims, yes, okay. So Crafty's predicting Mims. If the Vikings have a good draft if McCarthy plays out, but you know, Minnesota's got a long-term vision for that. So I'd be shocked if McCarthy contributes this year. He's so young. He just turned 21. Relatively low amount of reps in college. He needs some time to develop. I think Minnesota, complicated offense. You know, we'll see what they end up doing with them. About time they protect Joe. Yeah, I think this is a good pick. If it is Mims, good pick. But again, like we talked about the offensive line. At this point, I'm just cheering for Crafty. Yeah, hey, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm just here for Crafty. I'm here to just see how many picks Crafty can get in a row. Yeah, but like think about the offensive line, right? Like how many videos did y'all see in the last 2 months that said, the Saints should draft Fatanu at 14, and now Fatanu we're picked 18. He's not even getting looked at. Crafty with another one. W Crafty. Let's get some W Crafties in the chat. Who's Crafty? Crafty is he's up in the chat, moderator sensation, and he somehow has got every pick right. Can we add Crafty to the Saints staff? Yeah, he's a wizard. I mean, add him to the staff. I liked Mims a lot. I thought Mims should have been higher up on boards. I mean, obviously me and the Cincinnati front office are correct, but Mims was, all these nobody copy and paste mock drafters who just go and look at Mel Kiper and Todd McShay and look at their best available and then just do their mock draft that way. They all had Mims in like the second round. Mims should have been, the whole time, he should have been a top 20 consideration. And took until right now for him to be a top 20. So it's a good example right here again where the copy and paste guys are just, they don't know what they're doing. I mean, there was a few mock drafts where I saw Mims in the second round. I mean, are you kidding me? No way. Dude done did it again. He's a genius. I bet Crafty good at Madden. Is Crafty at the draft? I mean, I don't think Crafty's in Detroit. The internet would be insane. Imagine being in that crowd at Detroit. Like, imagine being in this crowd. They're showing it on the screen right now. And Crafty's just firing off tweets. All right, so we got the Rams. So the Rams are an interesting pick, as I heard all day today and yesterday that the Rams were really, really interested in a player in the top 10. And they were trying to trade up. Obviously, they didn't do that. I also heard the Rams are really interested in Ladd McConkey. I think this is way too high for him, but that's a potential. Like maybe they slide back into the first round later. But McVay's another one of those guys where you got to kind of trust him. You got to kind of trust what he's going to do. Michael Pratt here, no, Pratt is way too early for Pratt. Pratt's like a third round kind of guy. Is Crafty in the room? They're showing the Bengals room right now. They're showing the Bengals draft room. I'm trying to see if I spot him in there. But so who are we thinking for the Rams? Who are we thinking for the Rams right here? let's think what they need. So, I mean, they need, so they're good running back. I think they could take a quarterback later on. I think they're good-ish wide receiver, but it wouldn't surprise me if they took McConkey. The Rams defense, questionable at best, so you got to think they probably go defense here. I'll say they go defense. But then again, it's like, their offensive line has been sus for a couple of years now. The Rams could go any position, for sure. Though what's funny is that every team will be excited after every pick. Half at least will be below average. Yeah, for sure. 100%. So many of these players that were like, nailed it, great pick. This team's killing it. This team, they're not going to work out at all. Like so many picks like that happen. Another breaking news from PBS. Fuaga said and this is from PBS per Nick Underhill. Fuaga said he's incredibly comfortable playing in a wide zone scheme. That's what the Saints will run next year. Yeah, I mean, so scheme fit, need fit. Is it a boring pick? Yes. Is he Oos? Yes. Is he part of the bloodline? Yes. Do we acknowledge the tribal chief? Yes, absolutely. We do that as many times as we possibly can. So, I think Fuaga, I'm okay with the Fuaga pick. As long as, again, just to support Roman Reigns. Schrager said they're going offense. Schrager is boys with Sean McVay, I believe. Thomas Jr. will be a steal. Jared Verse. All right, Crafty has made his prediction, ladies and gentlemen. Jared Verse to the Los Angeles Rams is Crafty's official pick. Crafty currently is 19 for 19. I remember being excited for Ruiz. Yeah, exactly. These Rams heads are freaking me out. Yeah, it's very cult, very midsummer. Is it midsummer? They spell it, or is it just midsummer with a weird spelling? Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like you get excited for picks. Like I would have been wrong for Matt Leinart. I would have been wrong for Jamarcus Russell. I would have been wrong for Cedric Benson. I would have been wrong for all those picks. So I was really throwing some random names out there, but so you got to remember that a majority of these players will just be average to below average. The best recent value pick was Purdy. I happened to see his first game, and he was hella smooth right out of the box. Oh, yeah, man. Louis Riddick, fun fact. So I'm watching Riddick's spewing whatever. He interviewed to be the Jaguars GM the last time they had a GM availability. I think after the Urban Meyer debacle. He interviewed with them while he was working at ESPN. Obviously, he didn't get it, but, All right, so the Rams pick is in. Crafty said it is going to be Jared Verse. Can he go 19 for 19? Joel Embiid, 50 points? Philly needed it. So glad we got Fuaga. Yeah, I mean, I think Fuaga's fine. I think Fuaga is a need, a scheme fit, all that stuff. I think he's a safe fit. Will I be getting a Fuaga jersey? No, but I think it's an okay pick. 19 for 19, Crafty. This is crazy. What the hell's happening? What the hell is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Jared Verse, really, really good. I want to say my first video about the draft was Jared Verse and somebody else. I'm trying to think who the other person was. But Jared Verse is who I first identified. Oh, it was Keon Coleman. It was Keon Coleman and Jared Verse. A couple of Florida State guys. But I think Verse is awesome. I think Jared Verse is really, really good. Freak athlete. He was a stud at Florida State. So good player. Good player. My nephew's building blocks is better than the Saints O-line. Hope it's good this season, though. W. Crafty. Crafty must be seeing the Twitter leaks. Do you think if Bowers was there at 14, we would have taken him? Good question. Jagger Sports. Good question, man. I mean, I don't think so. Honestly, I do not. I don't think we were. I think we were I think we were obviously taking an offensive lineman now that I see how it all played out. I don't think we were ever going off of that. I think once, Fashanu and all of them went, I think it was going to be Fuaga. Even if Bowers was there. I think we would have thought about, I think we thought about the pick. Like, I don't think the Saints, I think the way the board fell, I think there was a conversation, albeit maybe a quick conversation, but I think there was a conversation of, okay, do we take Dallas Turner? Do we take Latu? Do we take Byron Murphy? Like, I think there was a quick convo, maybe try to trade down. But I think they were 90% offensive line, 90% there the whole way. Jared Verse just got compared to Cam Jordan. There you go. Yeah, Verse is nasty. Verse is real good. I've always said this about Cam. Cam's one of my favorite Saints of all time. I see him all the time at the Pelicans game too. He's a true people's champion, a true man of the people. I mean, that guy, every time he shows up at the Pelicans game, he is shaking hands, he's high-fiving, he's doing all that stuff. Hell of a guy. Absolutely, Saints Ring of Honor, Hall of Famer, all that stuff. Absolute stud. With that being said, not very impactful nowadays, so we probably need to figure out what we're going to do on the edge. Crafty is the draft advisor for all 32 teams. All right, so Pittsburgh on the clock. What does Pittsburgh need, ladies and gentlemen? I feel like they could use a little bit of everything. I feel like they're another team that could go a bunch of different directions. We need to take 2 5s and get another second. That's not enough to move into the second. That's not enough there. We're gonna need more. We're gonna need more than 2 5s to get to the second. You're gonna need a lot. All right, Josh D, I appreciate you, my boy. You take it easy, my man. Get that pumpkin pie. Take a tight end? Nah, there's no tight end you take in the first round here. Tight end's done now. I think the Steelers need offense. Who would you compare with our pick? What's his ceiling? Well, I guess you have to look at someone who's playing in that wide zone run scheme. So, of course, the first person you look at there on San Francisco is Trent Williams. Obviously, it's a different side of the line, but if you want a mauler, you want a guy who can play like that, and depends on where he plays though. Because if we move him to guard, then who the hell knows? Steelers take Fatanu, according to Crafty. Okay, so Steelers goes offensive line, according to Crafty. 2 5s stay off the wheat. Yeah, 2 5 is not going to get it. We read the Minnesota pick to move up 6 spots. Granted, it's the first round, but to move up 6 spots, they had to give up what, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and I think another fifth. So we switch our focus, defensive tackle or wide receiver. Yeah, I think those are in play, 100%. Those are absolutely positions that are in play for our second rounder. Realistically, what's your thoughts on what's going to be best bet if they're second round? Again, depends on who slides, but I think you're looking at best available from offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver. Watch Saints trade back up to 30 to take another offensive tackle with Kingsley. I just don't think we don't have the ammo. We don't have the ammo to trade back up. We don't have the picks. Don't forget he's Oos. They're all athletic as hell. He's about to be running some wide zone. Yeah, again, we respect the bloodline. So they're going to be moving. He is going to be moving around. I like that. He's not. Fuaga is an offensive tackle, but he's not the offensive tackle y'all are thinking. He is going to be moving those feet. He's going to be all over the place. He is not, he's not Joe Alt. No offense to Joe Alt, but Joe Alt is the guy you get, plugging your feet in the ground and you're getting your hands up and you're just the prototypical left tackle. Fuaga is going to be moving around. 2 5s in a sec. 2 5s in a second to move into the first round? No, it's not enough. Strictly best player available no matter what. Well, yeah, unless it's like a running back or you're not going to take best available there. But Vikings only have 3 picks next year. Yeah, the Vikings were moving their picks around. Frisk, Florida State, I like it. Can you do a shooting star press from Pass Pro? He's a nasty dude. Fuaga, yeah. I mean, again, like, is it sexy? No. Am I going to be thinking about Fuaga, every morning, every night? No. But do I think he's a good player, a good pick? Yeah. Will we see the bloodline at the Dome? Yeah, I don't see why not. I think we see the bloodline, the tribal chief. I can guarantee you this. I will be acknowledging Fuaga week 1. Do the Saints have enough to move up into at least the 4th? Yes. I think we can move up to the 3rd. I think the 3rd's our cap. But I think that might be a little rich. But I think we for sure move into at least the 4th. And we do have enough to do that. Do we get Philly 2nd for Lattimore? Probably, but then it's like, hey, what are you trading him for? Like, what are you making that move to do? I think if you make a trade, you have to make the trade for a specific person. You can't just make the trade to get the pick and then figure it out. So who is the specific person you want to replace him with? Who's the specific person you want to target with Philly's 2nd round pick? I don't like letting Lattimore go because who replaces him? Yeah, I mean, I like Lattimore. I think Lattimore's good. I mean, he's obviously good, but I think he's a good asset to have. I think Mickey said this. I think Mickey said this earlier this week, and I agree. But he said something to the effect of I don't believe in getting rid of contributors. I don't believe in trading players who are really contributing to the team. And I believe that. I think that's a good rule to have. If a guy is contributing to the team, if a guy has a purpose on the roster, why trade him? All right, here we go. Steelers pick. Crafty, you think Stefano? To go 20-0. You trade for a name, not just a body. You got to have your stone. Yeah. Anybody? Is Lattimore worth trading, though? I don't think so. Number 2 pick, Sweat, defensive tackle, Texas. Yeah, I like that. Verse is already gone, Reginald. Verse got taken. Yeah, I think Sweat would be great in the 2nd round. Batanu, Crafty is 20-0 in chat predictions. What you doing if we take offensive line in the 2nd as well? Depends on who the lineman is. If the lineman is a guy who we had a 1st round grade and he slips into the 2nd, okay, let's rock and roll. If he's Oos as well. I mean, we should have just got all these Oos. But if we take a lineman in the 2nd that is kind of a middling grade, or we reach on him, it's maybe I don't know about that, but I'm all about the board. I'm all about reading the board. I'm all about reading who falls, who rises, all of that. Which is better, the Undertaker streak or which is better, the Undertaker streak or Crafty's draft streak? I mean, it's got to be Crafty's draft streak is 2nd right now to Goldberg's undefeated streak in WCW. The move they just showed Fatanu, they just showed him get beat by a USC defender, and then he spin moved to get the block back. That was unbelievable. That I'm telling you, that's Oos athleticism. Saves Philly drafting quarterback in round 1, and we trade our 2 Phillies 2 back in the 1st round. It's a lot of moving and shaking. Frisk over Sweat. Keep Lattimore. Leggett in round 2 is my pick. I'm thinking edge in the 2nd now because the best offensive line are gone. Corners still. Yeah, Taylor, great point. Yeah, great point, Taylor. Corners are still there. Good corners, too. We got three corners I think have 1st round grades. Cooper DeJean is an absolute freak. He is, if y'all haven't seen his combine numbers, absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unreal. So, I mean, corners have to go at some point. All right, so we got Miami's pick is in. If Crafty goes 32 for 32, you can't convince me he isn't Roger Goodell. Thanks, brother. Oh, no problem, my man. All right, here we go. The Dolphins pick is in. Dolphins could do a lot too. I think defensively they probably need to do some things. So Miami going Worthy. I would assume any head coaches in this draft are need. Yeah, can we draft a head coach? You know, it would be crazy. Like, wouldn't that be nuts if you could draft college coaches? That would be insane. Like, if college coaches could declare for the NFL draft. Like, if they say, all right, I'm done with college. I'm quitting college. I'm declaring for the NFL draft. You throw coaches in there? That would be crazy. Second round wide receivers, Keon Coleman. Yeah, Keon Coleman's a great... I don't know if he... I highly doubt he falls to the second round. But if Keon Coleman somehow falls, I'd love that. Mikey keeping it close to the best? Oh, yeah. How do you feel about Saints picking Pratt in the second? Would it be wild? Yeah, it's too high. Too high for Pratt. We don't need him. That'd be a bad pick for the Saints. Be a bad pick. I bet Kirby would be first round pick. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Would he be the first? All right, so here, that's a good question. If college coaches could declare, would Kirby Smart be the first college coach drafted? Or would it be Lincoln Riley? I don't know. Your insight with analytics on Carmichael last year was good. We're on a different level. We're firing on a different level. I'll tell you that. But much appreciated. And you know what the best part of that is, Ted? The insight and analytics we're going to have this upcoming year, even better. The videos, the all that coming up, even better. Dolphins take, all right, there you go, from Crafty. Dolphins take Chop Robinson. All right. That's what they definitely need it. They definitely need defensive help. That's what I identified as probably where they had to go here. Chop Robinson would be a good one. Keon Coleman would be a good addition. Oh, yeah. Keon Coleman would be great. Coleman would be awesome. Coleman would be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Do we win the division this year? We're in contention. I think us in Atlanta. I think Atlanta will be right there. One of us will win it with like 10 wins, 9 wins, and then the other one will have like 7 or 8 wins. If not Keon Coleman, how about Malachi Corley? I think Corley is a different player. If I'm correct on this, I'm pretty sure Corley is kind of a slot burner. And Keon's more of a physical guy. So, I mean, I think Corley's fine, but I don't know. Like, Corley's like, Keon Coleman helps fill that Michael Thomas void. Corley is just kind of the same wide receiver we have. I think us in Atlanta and Bucks a game behind. Yeah, that's how I see it. I think us or Atlanta. If I had to make a bet right now, it'd probably be Atlanta. It's probably right now the strongest in the division. The Saints are second, Bucks are third, Panthers are like eighth. If we manage to get up to the fourth, I hope we get at least Theo Johnson or Johnny Wilson. Falcons, paper champs, that's all. Coleman definitely more. Yeah, Coleman's like a borderline slow. He's almost like a tight end. Coleman is definitely the physical receiver. Panthers will be garbage for the next 10 years. No, the Panthers are not good. Panthers are in a real bad spot because the Panthers. Yeah, Taylor, you did get me. I read your message and saw the pause at the end. The Panthers are in a big problem because the Panthers gave up everything for an awful quarterback. So now they have to basically sit. The Panthers have to wait for 3 or 4 years before they can even rebuild, which is brutal spot to be in. So the Panthers are going to be bad for probably 3 years, probably 3 or 4 years, and then they're going to start rebuilding, which is going to take another couple of years if they get it right. So if you're a Panthers fan, I don't think you could possibly win for like the next 7-8 years. All right, here we go. Pick is in. (21-0). Crafty. 21-0. Chop Robinson, Penn State. Get right or get left. Unbelievable. Unreal. Chop Robinson was really... Oh, he's got a Capri Sun. Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all seeing this on the draft party? Chop Robinson is drinking a Capri Sun. Do y'all see that in the back? Chop Robinson sucking down a Capri Sun. What a madman. What a madman. Oh, it's the NFL draft, the biggest night of my life. I'm on national television. I have 60 people in the house right now. All eyes are on me. I'm getting drafted by an NFL team. What do I need to drink real quick? Oh, I know. How about a strawberry banana Capri Sun? Wow. Brian Thomas would be a great pick for Brian Thomas would be an incredible pick for the Chiefs. Somebody said that in the chat earlier. That'd be a great pick for the Chiefs. Panthers will be in a new city before they succeed. Hint, new owner is necessary. I don't know if they leave Charlotte, but I do agree that a new owner is necessary. Or if not a new owner, they need to get a true GM. Capri Sun is goated. Respect the Capri Sun. Chiefs should pick up Michael Thomas. Well, here's my thing with... Well, Michael Thomas is a little different now because he's probably so cheap. But why get Michael Thomas when you can draft, you can draft a receiver? I would just draft a receiver. Like, why get the older, banged up, probably more expensive guy? Just draft your guy. So I think that's where a lot of veterans... I think a lot of veterans... that happens to him where, Michael Thomas thinks he's going to have this big, people wanting to sign him. But then you also got to factor in all the receivers that are coming into the draft, all the receivers that are available for a rookie contract. So if I'm the Chiefs, I'm getting Brian Thomas way before I'm getting Michael Thomas. All right, here comes the Eagles pick. Number 22 is the board. Oh, my fault, guys. My fault. I didn't see the... ESPN wasn't uploaded, or was it? Was it uploaded for y'all? No, it's good. It's good. Okay, it's good. It's good. My fault. My fault. My fault. Michael Thomas is a team builder. Yeah, Brian Thomas with Mahomes. Yeah, for sure. Like Mahomes is so good. He can make any receiver work. We saw that last year. But you give him a legit player like Brian Thomas, yeah, I mean. Eagles going Thomas. I don't know. Eagles are fine wide receiver wise. Eagles are good at wide receiver. I don't think they go Thomas. How do we feel about Fuaga? I think it's okay. I think it's all right. I think it's okay. I think it's good. I think it's a good player. I think it's a 7. 7.5, 7.5, something like that. Arnold sitting. Yeah. All the cornerbacks are there. Let's get Goldberg to spear Loomis out of the Saints building and promote Crafty as our new GM. Were you upset to see Bowers go the pick before us? I was surprised. I don't think we would have taken Bowers anyways. I don't think we would have taken Bowers. I think Fuaga was the pick the whole time. So, I don't think we were ever going to go Bowers. I would have probably liked to see Bowers because I think he is really good. I think he's a generational tight end. But I don't think we would have gone. We would have gone in there. Is it safe to say that Ram is done? Yes. Yeah. I think it is safe to say that Ryan Ramczyk is probably done. Yeah. Who's the highest Georgia player? That's where the Eagles are going. Man, Poe, wasn't it last year that the Eagles took They took Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, right? So they took like back-to-back Georgia players in the top 12. Eagles always get the falling stud. Exactly. The Eagle, and look how good the Eagles are at roster building. And what do? They just get the stud. They just get the good player. And they figure it out. 100%. They didn't need Jalen Carter. And they just said, all right, well, whatever, we're getting them. Were you also smiling ear to ear when the Falcons took Penix ridiculously high? Yes. Yeah, that helped us out a lot. I don't think it mattered at the end of the day, but that was a wild pick from the Falcons. Saints over 7.5 wins this season, a lock? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Definitely not a lock. Schedule's so much harder. So much harder. It will be right there. I think we'll be right around that 7 to 9. So you'll be within like a game. 10-win team, that would be nuts. As a Miami Hurricanes fan, I wish we had good enough players to get drafted first round. Yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah, our schedule's so hard. I cannot stand when I see, I'm already seeing it. I'm already seeing people saying the Saints have the 5th easiest schedule, and they're using the old algorithm of like the win percentage from last year averaged out. Like that's a horrible way to do strength of schedule. So we'll do videos on my channel about strength of schedule and all that stuff. So we'll talk about that plenty leading up to the season. We'll predict every game, all that stuff. I like this Fuaga pick more with Clint. Oh yeah, Scrooge. The Fuaga pick is because of Kubiak. Fuaga is part of that wide zone run scheme that Kubiak runs. Fuaga plays that style. So that's why he was taken. He was taken to fit that scheme. Carmichael had no scheme. Carmichael had trouble even getting to the stadium. Do you feel we are a worse team than last year? No. I don't think we're a worse team. I think we have a harder schedule. I don't think we're worse. Especially if you factor in the coaches. I think we are way better coaching staff-wise. And I think the roster is fine. I think we are a better team just because of offensive staff changes. Yeah, I agree with that. I think just because of the coaching changes, we're a better team. And the roster is not that much. The roster isn't worse. Look forward to your strength of schedule video for our schedule. Yeah, thank you, Robert. Yeah, I mean, to sum it up, like the way I do strength of schedule is I blend Vegas projected win totals for teams, and then I blend their like Super Bowl odds, and that determines the strength of schedule. The worst possible way to determine strength of schedule is the previous season because it's a totally different team. Like the Houston Texans, if you judge their strength of schedule with Davis Mills as the quarterback, it's totally different than judging them with CJ Stroud, right? But if you use their win total projection and the Super Bowl odds, you get a better look at how they're projected to do that actual season. Who we get? Quinyon Mitchell. I didn't see Crafty. Did Crafty do a prediction for that one? I didn't see Crafty. Quinyon Mitchell. So okay, the first cornerback is gone. I think Philly taking a cornerback was a solid like lock there. Quinyon Mitchell being the first of the 3, bit of a surprise, but good player. Malachi Corley is our Deebo Samuel, second round. A little bit of a different player. Best case scenario this season, like player development wins. Best case scenario, absolute ceiling, I think, is 10 wins. That would be a like huge win. If we had 10, the streak is over. Oh no! Who did Crafty predict? Or did he not make a pick? Oh damn! The streak is over. Oh, Crafty was busy. Oh, so he didn't make the pick. Crafty, no. Let's see here. Yeah, so the best case scenario, I think, is 10 wins. I think we win the division. Best case scenario. Player development, Carr plays the entire season. Carr plays pretty similar to how he played in the last 5 or 6 games. And we get some of these young offensive linemen figured out. I would say it's like best case scenario. If Pete Carmichael was a head coach, he definitely takes a punter with the 14th pick. Good job, James. You funny as hell. Love your show. Keep up the good work. Who dat fam, man. Reginald. That's quote of the damn day right there. That was so nice. I'm gonna have to read it twice. Good job, James. You funny as hell. Love your show. Keep up the good work. Who dat fam, my man. Much appreciated. Crafty has been compromised. Top 10 defense this year. Top 15 offense. Yeah, that's probably that's the algorithm, right? Like that's what you want. You want the Saints to have a top 10 defense, top 15 offense, win a couple games not supposed to. Boom. Yeah, win the division with 10 wins. There you go. I'm moving to the North Shore in 3 weeks, hoping my first year making multiple games we are competitive with everyone. Enjoy the North Shore, man. North Shore is sweet. Those cities are cool. Covington, all those spots, very cool area. Downtown Covington is cool. I feel like linebacker is a big need that is getting pushed under the rug for us. We have hardly anyone besides DeMario and Werner. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think linebacker is one of those positions that, you know, depending on the scheme, depending on the play, depending on all of that, you can get, like, Carl Granderson could technically be a linebacker, you know, in a certain scheme. So back in the old way, you had linebackers that only played linebacker, ends that only played ends. Now you kind of move people around. So I like Werner. I obviously love DeMario Davis, but it is a position of need. I agree with you there. Eagles got best cornerback in the draft. Maybe. I like Cooper. I really do. I like DeJean. Easily beats out Headley. That doesn't make much. Headley really struggled. Really struggled. Headley was rough, man. I was not impressed with Headley at all. For a team that punted a lot, for a team that was constantly stalling out and punting, Headley did not make it easy for us. Like Headley, there were so many 30-yard line drive, like lame duck punts. Jags take Brian Thomas Jr. according to Crafty. Okay. Decent spot for decent. Because Calvin Ridley's gone, correct? Surprisingly, the kicker punter camp battle was one of the most interesting parts of last season. Yeah, that was wild. That whole thing was crazy. I mean, the Lutz stuff, the groupie stuff, the Headley, everything was crazy. Figure they go receiver. How do y'all feel about the Jaguars? I kind of made, man, the whole city of Jacksonville was pissed at me last year. Before last season, I came out and said, you know, I don't think Jacksonville's that good. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is that good. I kind of said, yeah, they're probably coming back to earth. All I heard was Jacksonville Jaguars fans telling me, you know, they were all telling me, no, we're going to win the AFC. No, Trevor Lawrence is elite. Now they're real quiet. I was having a conversation, and I don't think it's even close. Who would you rather have as your franchise quarterback? CJ Stroud or Trevor Lawrence? Just put it in the chat. I know my answer. Refresh your draft picks? Man, ESPN, why are y'all doing me like this? There we go. There you go. Draft picks are back. Yeah, ESPN, sometimes they update it, sometimes they don't. All right, here we go. Jaguars are up. Crafty projected Brian Thomas. Crafty does it again. Never bought into Trevor Lawrence. CJ Stroud is miles ahead. CJ, yeah, agreed. Stroud. Yeah, Stroud. Yes, I agree. I'd take Stroud too. You got some people, though, that not too long ago were trying to tell you that Trevor Lawrence was like a top 3, top 4, top 5 quarterback. LOL, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Thomas Jr., good pick. Yeah, guy can play, for sure. All right, Cowboys. So the Cowboys need a lot, too. Cowboys need running back, but they're not going to get one at this spot. Cowboys need wide receiver, but I don't think they get one here now. Where are we thinking the Cowboys go? The Chiefs will take Keon Coleman. Yeah, Coleman, I think the Chiefs definitely go wide receiver. Stroud will be MVP in the next few years. Texans definitely got a bright future. Go Tigers. Do you think Coleman will fall? Coleman's already kind of fallen, but I'd be shocked if Coleman falls out at the first. Texans will be good for a long time. You know, it's funny, man. You know, it's funny. Like, I make this point all the time, but everyone in the chat right now is saying the Texans will be good for a long time. The Texans will be good, bright future, all that stuff. They had a bottom 5 offensive line last year, and no one mentions it, right? Why do y'all think that is? I mean, like you hear the same thing, and you hear, oh, the Texans are a Super Bowl. The Texans are going to win the AFC. The Texans are going to do this. The Texans have a bright future. And it's amazing how fast impact players, how a good offensive scheme, a good skill position players, all that stuff can make an offensive line vanish. And it's because the offensive scheme is so good. Bobby Slowick and what they have going on is so good. And Stroud is so good that they can eliminate the bad offensive line. Same exact thing with Cincinnati. Cincinnati is so good offensively. Their scheme is good. Burrow is good. Well, mobile quarterback helps a ton. Kinda, but he's not Michael Vick. Like, C.J. Stroud is not Michael Vick. He's not Justin Fields. You know, Joe Burrow, same thing. Cincinnati just has a good scheme, good system, good quarterback, good skill position players. You know? But it's just crazy how that really is the answer. The answer in today's NFL is scheme, impact skill position players, and a good quarterback. And that's it. That's how you win today. Good skill players and no O-line. The Falcons for most of their history. Not last year, though. Last year, best O-line in the NFL. Great skill position players. No quarterback. 7 wins. There's Jerry. I love the Dallas Cowboys war room. I love the war. Always have. I mean, that's the Death Star right there. Big Mike McCarthy doesn't know what the hell's going on. He's probably like 3 or 4 French dips down. He's probably just been destroying Patty Melts. DC is a statue, just like all of our quarterbacks. Hayden, my oldest son's name. Be complaining about luck. We'll see how good Stroud does in his second year after defenses have film on him. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Second year is tough for quarterbacks. Full year game film, all that stuff, very hard. No doubt about that. The season will be a success when we get a high draft pick, get 7 wins, and DA is fired. That could be an option. If we have 6-7 wins, I think DA probably is fired. And then we probably do end up with a top 12-ish pick. And then we can probably, at that point, kind of decide, are we rebuilding? You know, what are we doing? Who's the head coach? All that stuff. So, I mean, that's on the table. You know, that's on the table. You do have to factor that kind of stuff in. Sophomore slump, tougher schedule also. Good call, James. Destroying Patty Melts. Yeah. 1 year means nothing. Yeah, man. Well, it's the same thing with Trevor Lawrence. Like the same thing we were saying earlier. Like, and you know, lazy analysts who don't watch the games on the major networks, they're so quick to tell you this quarterback. Like we heard it with Mac Jones, right? How many times did y'all hear it with Mac Jones after his first year that Mac Jones is the next Tom Brady? The Patriots are set for the next 10 years. I can't believe the Patriots found the next franchise quarterback. I can't believe this. A year and a half later, Mac Jones is gone, right? So they're so fast. They're so quick to jump into, oh, this guy's the next guy. Oh, this guy's a franchise guy. Oh, this guy's incredible. It takes a couple years, man. It takes a couple years. It really does. It's easy to have success for a year or half a year or whatever. You got to have a couple years to prove you can do it. If we miss the playoffs again, I think DA is for sure gone, but that also would be a domino effect for the rest of the staff. So if we let's say we win 7 games, I think DA is gone. But I think the offensive staff would be fine if the offense is good. The defensive staff, yeah, for sure. But I think the offensive staff would remain. Hopefully we really suck if we're not playoff worthy. We need a quarterback next draft if Carr is a booty. True. Unless we draft like Jordan Travis or something this year. Got to let it play out. RG3 had a great first year then. Yeah, I mean, he got hurt, but RG3 was awesome. RG3 was better than Andrew Luck their first year. And then he got hurt. I've always said this. I think Andrew Luck's overrated. I've always said that. I have a video on the channel about that. I think Andrew Luck is generally overrated. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. I don't know why people love him so much, but, you know. Let's see. You think we draft Arch whenever he declares? I've heard a lot of people say that. Depends on the situation. Obviously, depends on the situation. I'll admit I was sick thinking the Pats did it again with Mac Jones. Yeah. I think I like trading down the second to get a third. Possible. Yeah, the second, if it's kind of a mixed bag in the second, trading down to get a third might be the move. Might be the move. I just feel like if we don't win more than 7 games, and the offense has to be bad because the defense has been reliable. Yeah, but the defense was questionable at certain points last year. The defense was really bad in the middle of the season. They were really bad in that Minnesota game. They were really bad at the beginning of the Colts game. They were really bad spots at the Bears game. So, you know. Hopefully Kubiak can bring the quick throws from the 49ers to Carr and the Saints to lessen the impact of the mediocre offensive line. I think what Kubiak's going to bring that people aren't really talking about is I think Kubiak's going to bring the running attack. He's going to help fix the running game. You know, we could not run the ball last year at all. We never had over 90 yards rushing. So I think Kubiak's zone run scheme, very similar to Miami. So everyone thinks Miami is this like pass first, throw first team. Miami really is a they're a dominant running team. And that's because of that zone running offense that Shanahan kind of does. So Kubiak, I think that's where we'll see the biggest improvement. Is not so much with Carr, but with the running game. Trevor Lawrence and Brian Thomas put up numbers this season. Bring back the podcast. Whoo! Man, I did a podcast back during COVID. That was good. We did a podcast. I think it was like every 2 days or something like that, every other day. I thought about there's a good chance we'll see a podcast in the next couple of months. I think we'll probably have news about a podcast option. So if you are looking for a podcast option from the King of Content, I think that's something I'm looking at getting going for sure. It's definitely part of the next wave of expansion. Everyone knows I'm the biggest Saints fan in Boston. Whoo, all the way up in Boston. Had to rewind the patty melts. Yeah, dude. You know Big Mike's crushing them. Can you imagine Big Mike's? Lions select Arnold. Okay, there you go. From Crafty. Terry and Arnold. Big Mike's hurting. The nachos, the patty melt bar, the hamburger bar. Think the Saints draft Pratt in later rounds if he's there. Problem is, Pratt is going to go in that third-ish round area, and the Saints don't have a pick in that round. So the Saints are going to have to move into the third round to take Pratt. But I think they could take Pratt. I wouldn't be surprised if they found a way to do it. Who dat, boys? Who dat? Kubiak, the next big OC? Could be. He's the next one from the biggest tree. He's the next one from the most successful tree. So if he is good, he'll get plenty of clout. No way we never had over 90 yards rushing. No, we never had a single rusher rush for more than 90 yards in a game. Media doesn't like admitting they were wrong. Trevor Lawrence not a savior. He's just above mid. Very true. That's an absolute fact. That's an absolute fact right there. Everybody forgets about the stretch that the Kubiak is known for. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Taylor. Yeah, exactly. NFL is slowly going back to a run-first league with play action being the crux of offenses. Kubiak is implementing a scheme for us at the right time. Yeah, that's a good point, Ash. Like that's kind of how the NFL is. It's very cyclical, right? Another word. It's very cyclical, where everything becomes a passing offense. Then the defenses overextend to stop the pass, which allows players to run. So then eventually it'll get back to a running offense, and then the defenses will stop the run. Then it'll get to a passing. It'll just constantly go back and forth. Love that. Later, folks. Who dat? Absolutely, man. Appreciate you being up in here. Pratt is pointless. Just another Hainer not playing while Carr's here. Yeah, it depends on how you feel about Pratt. I do agree with that to a certain extent. But if you think Pratt, the thing Pratt has over, there's Terry and Arnold. Boom, Crafty does it again. You got to remember with the timeline. I always talk about this with Jake Haener. People think I hate Haener. I don't care about Haener. Haener's irrelevant. The problem is that he doesn't fit the timeline. The timeline is Derek Carr is going to play for at least this year and next year. Okay, so you got to find a quarterback to draft that can sit, and then you still get value from that rookie deal. The problem with Haener is that you're wasting his years now, which means by the time he could play, you've got to sign him to that second deal. And very rarely do you sign an unproven backup quarterback to their second deal, right? So the quarterback we draft this year or next year has a much better chance to play because of the timeline of Derek Carr. They did it with Branch last year and did it again this year. Yeah, the Lions are good. The Lions roster building is very, very good. The Lions roster is really strong. Glad I stuck around. Oh, there you go, man. I appreciate that. Oh, for the Saints or for the stream? Or for both? DA would not be demoted. You just can't demote a head coach. No, yeah. Yeah, you can't. The DA getting demoted from head coach to DC is not an option. Yo, James, Kubiak, the next head coach. Kubiak's got to be an OC first. Like, Kubiak hasn't even been an OC, really. He was an OC for a little bit, but, like, he's got to prove he can be an OC first before he's a head coach. So if we fired Dennis Allen after this season, I think that's way too soon to promote Kubiak, even if he's a good OC. James, thank you for the great insight. Good night from Boston. Who dat? Absolutely, man. Who dat? Thank you for hanging out in here. Anyone here attend the Saints game in 1968? Damn, I remember Charlton Heston and the Ten Commandments. Robert. They filmed the football scenes for number one. We were directed to cheer for crowd scenes. That is crazy. That is nuts, man. That is cool. Charlton Heston at halftime in 1968. Wow, that is cool. James, try Rust for the gaming channel. I've never played Rust. The gaming channel pops off too. I've had a lot of fun over there. If y'all are interested in gaming, we also have a gaming channel. So check that out. Love the channel, James. Who dat? From Louisiana, but currently living in Corpus Christi, Texas, surrounded by Cowboys fans. I hope the Saints can beat the Cowboys, but that's a stretch. Cowboys are kind of struggling, though. Thank you very much for the kind words about the channel. The Cowboys are struggling. No one's really talking about the Cowboys, how much worse. I had a question in here earlier. Are the Saints roster worse than last year? I don't know about that, but I know for sure the Cowboys roster is worse than last year. Cowboys are in a real problem. I would not want to be a Cowboys supporter right now. But I despise golf. See, I like golf. I like golf a lot. Golf is like the opposite, right? Golf is a guy who the media said was a bust immediately, right? They said, he's a bust. And I'm thinking, I don't know. He beat Mahomes in a shootout in Arrowhead. He goes to the Super Bowl. Like, I'm not sure if he's a bust. Then he turns around Detroit. So I think we can put that to bed. I don't think golf's a bust. Bowers almost fell though. I don't think it mattered into it, honestly. I don't think Bowers was ever getting taken by us. I think it was always Fuaga. Why golf? Yeah, Darren Rizzi, next head coach. I don't know about that. Packers, Jordan Morgan. Jordan Morgan's another guy. I saw mocks. I saw so many mocks where Jordan Morgan was going like late second, early third. And I'm sitting there like, man, guys, y'all got to quit copy and pasting. Ladd going to be there as well, man. So many options. I think Ladd goes in the first. If Kubiak, I think Ladd goes to the 49ers in the first. Taylor, write that down. Lions traded the pick. Wait, what? What just happened? Let's see. All right. Should be updated now. Anyone else stuck? Yeah, I just got stuck too. All right, I'm back now. Yeah, I just had like a "we'll be right back" from ESPN. Let's see here. Let me get caught up. ESPN said they're back or something, so I'm not sure what just happened from ESPN. ESPN's wild now. All right, let me get caught up in the chat here. Assuming Carr were to help take this team to the playoffs and actually make a decent run, what are the odds he sticks around for longer than just the next 2 years? I would say low. He would have to really do. He would have to go crazy if for him to sign another contract. He would have to go nuts for him to play out this contract and then sign another contract. I don't think that's going to happen. Lions are not all that. The players' coach will get old. See, here's why I disagree with that. I think the Lions have the perfect combination of the players' coach with Campbell, but they also have an absolute genius in Ben Johnson. And so Ben Johnson is the like head coach schematic X's and O's guy, which allows Dan Campbell to be the players' coach. Lions traded for the pick. Refresh for ESPN. Anyone else stuck? Yes. I'm stuck in Arlington. Can see AT&T Stadium from my house. Darren Rizzi is their next head coach. I don't think so. Second, as important as first. Got to get a hitter, no doubt. When do the Saints pick again? We pick 45. We pick 45. You seem like you didn't care for the Saints pick. Who would you have liked to see the pick? I didn't hate the pick. I think it's a safe pick. There was a lot of good players out there. I'm about to post this in the chat. This is a very interesting write-up on Fuaga. I did not mind the... Let me see here. I'm trying to find this. I didn't mind the pick. I think it was a safe pick. I think it was an easy pick, but it was probably the right pick. It was a good pick. It's not a sexy pick, but it's a good pick. So... fits the scheme, fits the need, fits all that stuff. Let me find this for y'all. Let's see. Let me find this. All right. All right, Packers are on the clock on my screen. Jordan Morgan, Crafty got it again. Boom. Yeah, Jordan Morgan, like I said, he was... A lot of people were sitting there saying he was going to be a second, third rounder. Just copy and pasting. All right, let me see here. All right, so Greg Cosell, what I'm about to post y'all is Greg Cosell. Here it is. Greg Cosell used to be, I think, with NFL Films maybe, but he did a breakdown of basically why Fuaga is like a great pick for the Saints. How do I share this post? Bottom line. All right, let's see if this works. How can I can't type in the chat? Okay, I can't type in the chat. But oh wait, yeah, I can. There you go. If y'all can read that. If y'all can read that, did that post? Did that work for y'all? Can y'all see that? Okay, the Buccaneers pick is in. All right, so the Buccaneers pick is in. What do the Bucs need, ladies and gentlemen? Buccaneers don't need a wide receiver. Don't need a running back. What are we thinking? What are we thinking here? They could kind of go all over the place, I think. They could kind of go everywhere. Like I said, except for running back, except for wide receiver. Don't need a quarterback, obviously. Corner for the Bucks. So what do we think? Dijon? The corner is interesting. Corner is interesting because corner for the Bucks, corner is interesting because you have to. Corner is very scheme based, right? Like you want a corner who fits your scheme. So not all corners can do the same thing. If you want a corner who can play man, or you want a corner who can play zone, or you want a corner who can, press or tackle or whatever. So a lot of the times you'll see the best corner slide because he doesn't fit the scheme of the teams that need a corner. So that's a very interesting market. Like the corner is always it's Barton. Okay, there you go. Crafty with the call. Barton to Tampa. Swiss Army knife, offensive lineman. Yeah. I'm trying to think who I had. He's played like every spot. Yeah. Barton's the Duke. He's the Duke offensive lineman, correct? Graham Barton or whatever. Yeah, he was everywhere too. I think I saw him drop in his second rounds. If he's the Duke guy, if he's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, I mean he's a player like, how do you not take a player like that? If you need an offensive lineman and you're at this spot, you're at 26, you get a guy like that who can play center, can play guard. I don't know if he can play tackle, but I think I'm going with Crafty. Yeah, at this point you just take whatever Crafty says. 100%. At this point you just say, hey, let's just go with Crafty. Let's just go with that. Crafty's got it figured out, man. Absolutely. 100%. Yeah, he can. He can play tackle too. Damn. That's strong, man. If you can, I mean, to find a lineman like that and they can play all 5 positions, that's wild. That's tough. Like actually every spot really well. Elite testing athletically, one of my favorites. Yeah, hell of a pick. You get a guy like that. Whew. Saints should draft Zion Williamson out of Oh, Burley D, man. It's tough times, brother. It's tough times. Tough times for the Pels. Absolute feels bad, man. Absolute feels bad. My fault. See you Saturday. Zion would be a hell of a lineman. Oh, Zion, he'd be an outside linebacker, flying all over the place. I hope Cooper doesn't go to the Bucks. Crafty said Barton, so we got to believe Barton. What do you think about the pick? Saints pick? I think it's good. I think it's a good pick. I think it's a safe pick. It's a boring pick, but I think it's a good pick. I think at the end of the day, like you want to get splashy, you want to get the sexy guy, pause, you know all that, but we needed Fuaga. He's a position of need, especially if Ramchek's knee is all messed up, which it sounds like it is. He plays the wide zone run scheme, which Clint Kubiak's going to do. So, and Fuaga, he's Oos. He's part of the bloodline. We acknowledge that. We acknowledge the tribal chief. So, I think that's probably I think it's a good pick. If I had to grade it, scale of 1 to 10, I would say 7.5 to 8, which is pretty high. I mean, a 10 is like Caleb Williams. So to say 7.5 to 8, pretty strong. Can you switch it to best available? Yeah, I got you. Cooper DeJean, Newton, Wiggins, Kool-Aid, Leggett, Mitchell, Robinson, McConkey, Guyton. Man, did Guyton fall or what? There you go, Crafty. Boom. Absolute. I mean, Crafty's an absolute monster. So assuming let's see here. What would have been a 10 for you at 14? Good question. I don't think there would have been a 10. I don't think there would have been a 10. Because like a 10, like I said, a 10 is like Cam Newton, Jamarcus Russell, Caleb Williams, like a prospect, a can't miss prospect. That to me is a 10. But I don't think a 10 was there at 8, or at 14. So I think the lower you drop, I think it also drops like the top score, right? So like we're at pick 27. Can the Cardinals land a 9 right here? No, probably not. Like the ceiling for them at 27 is probably like a 7, 7.5. So I don't think that would have been a 10. Like if we would have got like Dallas Turner, I probably would have said that's an 8.5-ish, somewhere in there. Bowers probably would have been a 9. Kyle, good. That's good. That's a good shout. Bowers to me probably would have been a 9, just because he's an impact player at the same level of Fuaga, but at a more impactful position. So he probably would have been a 9, yeah. But even as good as Bowers is, like I love Bowers, right? I've been saying Bowers for 6 months now. Bowers wouldn't have been a 10, because as you go down the draft board, you drop. Cooper's going to go to the Ravens. Ravens draft hard-nosed. Whew, man. That'd be a hell of a pick for Baltimore. Think Zion be back for game 4? You got to ask Burley D that one. I doubt it, though. I don't even think he's going to get evaluated for a couple weeks, right? Darius Robinson, edge from Missouri for Arizona. Very controversial jacket. I don't know if I like that jacket, ladies and gentlemen. Love the wrestling references. Oh yeah, man, huge. Hey, if you like the wrestling references, you'd love the wrestling channel. So we have a wrestling channel as well. If you want to go check that out. I'm shocked the Raiders picked Bowers. I'm absolutely floored they took Bowers. That was nuts. Absolutely nuts. Like, what are they now? They have 2 tight ends. Like, they have Michael Mayer and Bowers now. Like, what's going on here? Dare we say Fuaga was the right choice? It probably was. It probably was the right choice. It probably was. All right, folks, how we feeling? 1 pick from getting Bowers, but we need it. Yeah, I think we're. Yeah, I think we're. Bills trading out from Crafty. Now this dude is projecting trades. No one offensive blocker can have the individual impact of an edge or a receiver. I agree with that. I agree with that. A 10 almost has to be a quarterback. I agree with that as well. Yes. A 10 has to be a generational changing player that individually impacts the game, which positionally probably has to be a quarterback. Chiefs moving up. Who are they moving up for? If the Chiefs are moving up to 28, who do they want? We got to think about this. Who is it? This could be Cooper. Because didn't they just lose Coleman? I don't know if you trade up. Maybe because Buffalo, I guess, could want a wide receiver too. But didn't they just lose let's see. The biggest one of this draft is we don't play Dallas Turner twice a year thanks to the Falcons. That part is true. Okay, so who and what position we got for our second pick? I think we go offensive line, defensive line, or wide receiver. After screaming and ripping my shirt off hearing them call Fuaga, I have now realized that it was needed. There you go. That's called emotional growth. That's called emotional growth right there. I like that. I like that. I like how I like how you can scream, rip your shirt off, break something, punch a hole through the wall, and then say, you know what? On second thought, on further reflection, I see it was needed. Coleman to the Chiefs from Ballbag Chris. What's your take, Bo Nix with our old with Peyton? Yeah, I mean, I think it's a reach, but if there's anybody that can make it work, it's Sean Payton. So, and I'll tell you this, Bo Nix is absolutely the kind of player for Sean Payton. You know, I talked about this earlier, but that's why he doesn't like Michael Penix, because Michael Penix wants to create. Michael Penix wants to be improvisational. Michael Penix wants to, throw the ball around, look around, all that stuff. Bo Nix wants to make the read, make the throw. That's it. Quick, efficient. And that's why Sean Payton didn't like Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson moved around in the pocket. He ran around, all that stuff. So Crafty just got the trade. Crafty called the trade. And now he's saying that Chiefs select Worthy. Okay, so they're going Xavier Worthy here. Bills lost a lot. Bills are in trouble. And that's what I was saying earlier. Okay, guys, listen to me. I think the Jets are going to be sweet because the Bills took a huge step backwards. The Dolphins also took a huge step backwards. The Patriots suck. The Jets are sneaky the best team in the AFC East. They are sneaky going to win the division. Okay? I'm telling y'all, I'm going to have a Jets to win the AFC, Jets to win the Super Bowl ticket this year. I think the Jets are a dark horse team. Best place for Knicks is with Sean Payton? Yeah, for sure. Crafty's an insider. Bad pick. The other Texas wide receiver is better. Did Buffalo trade their pick? Yes. Buffalo traded their pick to Kansas City. Kansas City is now picking number 28, our draft insider Crafty, a.k.a. Crafty Damas, a.k.a. Mel Crafty Jr., said that they are going to be taking, select Worthy. So, there you go. Interesting thing is Bo Nix and Zach Wilson look similar, especially when they are both in Broncos uniforms. Is Peyton planning a two-headed quarterback? Woo! If anybody could do it, if anyone can do it, it would be Sean Payton. 100%. Why Worthy over Coleman? Different makeup. As far as like speed, Coleman's more of a physical player. Coleman's more of a slow. They must think we need speed. We need that kind of a player. Wide receivers are very similar to cornerbacks. Wide receivers, you got to fit the scheme. You got to fit what you want to do. If you need a speedy receiver, you're not going to take Keon Coleman. I don't care how far he falls, right? Rodgers have to stay healthy. Jets most definitely a dark horse. Yeah. If Rodgers goes down, they throw it out the window. Same thing happened last year. Last year I had Joe Burrow. Last year I had Joe Burrow not Joe Burrow. I had the Cincinnati Bengals a Super Bowl ticket on them like 20-1. It's like a huge ticket, and it might have been 30-1. And then boom, Joe Burrow gets hurt, out for the season. So yeah, it all depends on the quarterback. Bo Nix is a safe prospect. I don't know if he's safe. But I like Bo Nix, and he's in a good spot. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Rodgers is knee deep in ayahuasca. So I have full faith that Aaron Rodgers will be healthy. Sean Payton seems like he's just doing rant. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Peyton's. You know what's crazy about Sean Payton and the Broncos? Like, think about this. So Sean Payton comes out of retirement, takes a huge paycheck with the Broncos, but I think Sean Payton thought that he was going to walk into a Super Bowl. He was going to walk into a winner. He was going to walk into great defense. Russell Wilson, he had all this talent. People were projecting them to win 11, 12, 13 games. And then, boom, immediately Sean Payton gets thrown into a full rebuild. He's thrown into a full rebuild with the Broncos. I don't think he was expecting that. I don't think he wanted to leave retirement to go start a rebuild. Yeah, now he has them in cap hell. He has no draft picks. He's got all these problems. He doesn't have a quarterback. Like Sean Payton now, it's looking around like, man, you should have just stayed in New Orleans. The only thing Sean Payton has now is more money. Hot take. Bo Nix is going to be better long term than Penix, Drake May, and JJ McCarthy. That is a hot take. That's controversial yet brave. There's a video circulating. Damn, really, Monstrado? That is crazy. There's a video circulating of the Falcons GM doing his best to explain to Arthur Blank what just happened. I cannot wait to read all about this. I cannot wait to dig into the Falcons. That's wild. Kirk is mad. Oh my God. I cannot. We'll probably have a video on it tomorrow. More than likely, we'll have a video on the channel about the Falcons, Kirk Cousins, all that stuff. That's wild. I think Peyton's year off kept him in a certain mindset as opposed to evolving. That's so true. Lewis, that is such a good point. That is such a good point. If he had stayed and experienced the team in a true rebuild, yeah, 100%. I 100% think his year off hurt him because it kept him stuck in his ways. It kept him away from the game. And when he came back, he just tried to do what worked in New Orleans. And he's not evolving. He's not the same. Like, Sean Payton's still a great coach. But I do 100% think that year off hurt him versus helped him. Seriously, what were they thinking? I have no idea. I think the Michael Penix thing is such a disaster because of signing Kirk Cousins. It makes no sense at all to sign Kirk Cousins and then take Michael Penix 8th overall. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard. It would have made so much more sense to take J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy is 20 years old. He could have sat for 2 years, no problem. But now it just makes no sense. Atlanta will have a post-draft trade at quarterback after coach meets with owner? I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but ESPN said Kurt is frustrated after they drafted. Dang. Sean Payton was tripping. Yeah, exactly. Like, go to the same division with Patrick Mahomes. Like, what are you doing? People are speculating Falcons went quarterback because of upcoming tampering. Nah, see, I don't. But they're not going to lose Cousins. The tampering won't be that bad. They're not going to take Cousins away from them. So there you go. Xavier Worthy, crafty, 28 for 28. Unbelievable. So Crafty's got 29, 30. He's got 4 picks left to try and go perfect, besides the one where he was in the bathroom doing whatever unspeakable things. Now they're going to sit Penix till he's 30? Exactly. Like, you take Penix, minimum, ladies and gentlemen. Kirk Cousins will play for 2 seasons. Michael Penix is already 24 years old. So now you're talking about your franchise quarterback isn't going to play till he's 26? Get real. Get real. Man, imagine you're Xavier Worthy, right? Imagine you're Xavier Worthy, and you're running a 4.2 140, and then you get to go get drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs. Good Lord. Patrick Mahomes. I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee you Xavier Worthy will be the guy in fantasy football this year where you hear all the mock drafters say, take Xavier Worthy, first 3 rounds. Xavier Worthy's a top 10 wide receiver. He will be the guy you hear all offseason in fantasy football. I guarantee you. Got to give it to the Falcons. Yeah, they ruin their organization somehow, some way every year, but they sure make it entertaining. Yeah, true. Atlanta and Carolina will be bad for a while. I mean, I don't think this, unless something happens with Kirk Cousins, but I think Atlanta's okay, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense long term. Like 8th overall, like they just kind of wasted the pick. Crafty got his hands on a single-use time machine and used it for this. Yeah, Crafty had a time machine. He could have cured cancer. He could have went back and did anything he wanted. He said, you know what? Nah, I'm going to use it for the stream, baby. I'm going to use it for the stream. He's so small, though, not being a hater. You talking about Worthy? Yeah, but I mean, speed is way more important than size. I swore by Kadarius Toney in fantasy last year until about week 3. Same. I think I drafted Kadarius Toney as well. I'd take Kirk over Carr if they wanted. They're about similar to me. They're about similar. The only difference is Carr has 2 healthy Achilles. Dallas Cowboys. All right, what we got, Crafty? Dallas Cowboys. Kirk and Carr compete to see who can be more polite. Yeah, Kirk and Carr, they just go to different restaurants and see who can like overly be nice to the waiter and waitresses. Who would take Kirk if he's up for trade? I mean, I think Carr. Yeah, I mean, the Saints already have their version of a high-priced, decent veteran. I think Carr is in a better spot than Cousins. Like Carr is cheaper than Cousins. Carr is not coming off of an injury. I think I would rather have Carr than Cousins. All things considered, like contract, injury, all that stuff. All right, the Cowboys pick is in. Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma. Okay, Cowboys and old Mikey Patty Melt select Guyton. All right, we'll give it to Crafty. We'll give that one to Crafty. We'll give it to him. Tyler Guyton slid big time. So Tyler Guyton at one point, people were saying Tyler Guyton should be the 14th overall pick. Then it kind of came out that he's a very raw player. He's not exactly a ready-to-play now kind of guy. I had heard that he possibly could slip out of the first round. He almost did. But it just, again, goes to show that these mock drafters don't know what's going on. But, yeah, at one point I heard Guyton at 14 for the Saints. Chiefs win another Super Bowl. Worthy got speed kills. I mean, like the Chiefs did exactly what you wanted to. Man, these teams are flying. The Ravens pick is in. Goodell must have told them, "Hey, speed this up." But think about this. Like the Chiefs are exactly like, talk about a well-run organization, right? So the Chiefs win the Super Bowl. Right now, are the Chiefs better than they were last year? Yeah, they probably are. Because they have Xavier Worthy. Because they addressed a need. Just like that. You know, like that's what good franchises do. Good franchises make themselves better when they have the chance. The Ravens are probably about to do the same thing right now. The Ravens are probably about to take this pick, and then we're going to sit here and say, are the Ravens better right now than they were last year? Now, let me ask you this. Like the Falcons, poorly run organization. After their pick at 8th overall, are the Falcons better than they were before the pick? No. Right? No, they're not. That's the difference in a good franchise and a bad franchise. Are the Cowboys better now because of this pick? I don't know. Can anyone explain why Ladd McConkey was projected for late first, early second? He had like 450 yards last year. McConkey's really good. McConkey graded out really well at the Senior Bowl. He graded out really well at the Combine. I heard from a lot of people who were at the Senior Bowl, some sources of mine, ladies and gentlemen, personal sources. I heard that McConkey was the best player at the workouts. Like his separation, what he was doing was elite level agility, elite level ability to separate, elite level route running. So when teams see that, it shoots a player up the board big time. Production, college production, I think is one of the last things teams really factor in. Now, this is an organization. The Baltimore Ravens, what an organization. Okay, so it's Ladd's performance and testing and stuff? Yes, correct. It's when, 100%. When the coaches got an eye on him, how he performed as far as like route running, like I said, separation, things like that. I think that's what pushed him over the edge, yeah. Yeah, and I would be like that too if I was a team. I would care way more about what the player can do, like skill set wise, how he tests, how he grades out with whatever I'm doing. I would care way more about that than what he did at whatever school I'm drafting him from. Coleman to Bills from Ball Bag Chris. Who's going to the Ravens? What we got for the Ravens? Is this DeJean? What do the Ravens need? Don't need a quarterback. Running back's not really available right now. Wide receiver, but what wide receiver? Keon Coleman? Yo, James, Raider fan who appreciates watching your channel, like the outside the box thinking and keeping it 100, my man. Very nice stuff. Very nice. Ravens take Nate Wiggins. Okay, Crafty has his. There you go. Crafty has his prediction. Who the hell is Nate Wiggins? Is he a corner? Is that the cornerback from Clemson? Is that right? I think I just pulled that. I might just made that up. I think that might be the cornerback from Clemson. Yeah, okay. Nailed it. I mean, does anybody do it like me? No notes? Sideways, I appreciate that, man. Let me read that again. This is a potential comment, comment of the day. Yo, James, Raider fan who appreciates watching your channel. I like the outside the box thinking and keeping it 100. Much appreciated, my friend. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we're talking right now, we're just under 400 viewers. We've been at 400 or over 400 for 4 hours on this stream. Unbelievable. Nate Wiggins, there you go. Crafty's down to two more picks. And Crafty's going to go undefeated besides the pick when he was in the bathroom doing the unspeakable. All right, Nate Wiggins, boom. Hell of a franchise to go to. I think the Ravens are maybe the best run organization in the NFL. They might be the best run franchise in the NFL. Love what the Ravens do. You streaming round 2 and 3 tomorrow? We may stream some of it. I don't have that scheduled out just yet. We may stream some of it over the weekend and all that. But I don't have a hard plan as of now. James, what do we have? I know we will for sure have regular videos, like our regularly scheduled videos across all of our channels. James, what do we have to do to get you in the Saints organization? Mickey needs a right-hand man in his ear. Hey, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. I've said it before. It really does sound crazy, but I really do believe I really believe if I was in the front office, I could get a team into the playoffs within the first 5 years. Always say that. So long story short, if anyone has a connect to Mickey and Mickey wants me in the front office, I will absolutely offer my services. 100%. All right, so we got the Niners. All right, so this is where I heard Ladd McConkey's going to go. Word on the street. The fact that Mickey wasn't chewing the gum in the press room must have got the memo. 100%, man. 100%. Mickey must have watched the video because we gave it to him about that. Yeah, I think I will make my prediction before Crafty. I think they go Ladd McConkey here. Every time I watch Big Nola Media, I'm like, they wouldn't like James because they want to BS too much and not keep it real. Yeah, I like some New Orleans media. I think they do a really good job. Obviously, I think New Orleans.football does a really, really, really good job. I think they're a hell of an organization over there. But yeah, I mean, listening to some of the big media players here, I just don't know. I don't know what they're watching, honestly. I'm glad we have so far not given up a future first round pick. Yeah, we're not giving up a first. I mean, you give up a first, you have to really want somebody. We're not going to do that. Would you be mad at the Saints taking Cam Kitchens at safety in round 2 or 3? No, I mean, no. I think, I think safety's a long term kind of thing. Like it's we definitely need a safety. So if you got a safety you like and you have a safety who you think can play for a while, yeah, I don't have a problem with the safety. 49ers select DeJean. Damn. Okay. Crafty says Cooper DeJean right here for the 49ers. So my Ladd McConkey prediction is not correct. Does he go to Buffalo? Not really what Buffalo needs, but I want Coleman in the second round. That'd be fantastic. Still upset we didn't land Mahomes. You know what's crazy, Kyle? So both times we were going to take a quarterback, Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, I was banging on the table saying, do not draft them, because I thought we still could win with Breeze, and I wasn't trying to look for the future. I was kind of right, but yeah, tough to look back on those two. What are the odds Pete Carmichael forgot the draft was tonight? No, I bet Carmichael knew the draft was tonight, but I bet Carmichael cannot figure out how to get his TV to work. I bet he cannot figure out how to get the stream up. He's probably just absolutely lost in the sauce, trying to figure out how the hell to get his stream up. He's probably watching like replays of like last year's draft. I will say, James, you were on with the lad call. They were looking at wide receiver, but he fell. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, Cooper. I agree with that, Crafty. Like, I think they like McConkey, and they possibly could trade back up to get McConkey. But when a player like DeJean falls, you probably do have to take him. So I see that. I just got here, so I didn't hear your thoughts on the Saints pick and the overall feeling of the way the board fell. Board was nuts. The board was absolutely crazy. The way it fell was perfect for the Saints. It was an absolute dream come true. But I think the pick was good. I think Fuaga's good. I think we're happy. Whoa, Ricky Pearsall, no longer DeJean. So they do go wide receiver, but they pass on McConkey. Crazy. Wow, Pearsall was not supposed to be a first-round pick. Whoa. But I think Fuaga's a good pick. He fits exactly what we want to do, that zone running scheme. I think drafting him probably means Ryan Ramczyk is not going to play. I would assume he's your starting right tackle, which also means I would assume Trevor Penning is going to get a chance to be your starting left tackle again. So I like Fuaga. I've said it all night, but he's Zeus, and he's part of the bloodline, and we acknowledge the bloodline here. So I love that. From everything I've seen, he is a great player and a perfect fit for the Saints. So I'm happy about it. DeJean is a 49ers pick. He's basically Christian McCaffrey on defense. Yeah, he is. Pete looking for the batteries. Yeah, Pete can't figure out the plus and the minus on the batteries. If we were to draft a quarterback late, who's your guy? Probably Jordan Travis. Carmichael probably still thinks he's yeah. Yeah, Carmichael's banging on the front door of the Saints facility. Your first big time guest should be Pete. The Saints will never live down 2 years with Pete running the offense. Never with channels like this. No. All right, let's see. So this is Crafty said they switched it around a few times, and Ricky Pearsall is our Pearsall. Let's see. Crafty did it again. Crafty even got the pivot. He got the pivot correct. That's how you know. That's how you know Crafty's tuned in somewhere. He's getting, man, what a crazy, that's a huge riser. To go over McConkey, to go over some of these other wide receivers, like Pearsall was one of those guys, second, third rounder. And he slips into the first. Pretty wild. All right, the Bills. Do the Bills go wide receiver here to replace Stephon Diggs? That's certainly an option, but man, they are missing everything. Like, the Bills are missing all over the place. All over the place. The Bills could take anything right here, and I'd believe it. Like, they're missing so many different players: cornerback, linebacker, wide receiver. I mean, anywhere. Bills traded? Who's picking? Oh, the Panthers. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind y'all. Okay, the Panthers. All right, so the Panthers, are they trading up to get McConkey? Okay, traded with Carolina. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, y'all got that good Wi-Fi. I respect that. Look at Kyle Shanahan in the maroon pants. Kyle with the burgundy. I like that too. Is John Lynch the best GM in the NFL? I would listen to that. Okay. All right, so we got Carolina on the clock. Carolina needs everything, mostly a quarterback, LOL. What would you rate NFC South teams based on their first-round picks? I would probably rate New Orleans top. New Orleans 1, Tampa 2, Atlanta 4 is how I'd have it right now. That's how I'd have it. The Penix pick makes no sense to me. Makes no sense because of Kirk Cousins. If Kirk Cousins did not exist, if Michael Penix was just going to be the starting quarterback, I would say, man, hell of a pick. Fantastic. But why in the world would you draft Penix with Kirk Cousins getting $150 million? Hey, James, thanks so much for hosting this live chat. Love your great analysis and entertaining comments. Keep up the great work and always look forward to watching your videos every day. Woo! Who dat? Jason Hodges, much appreciate, my man. Thank you for hanging out in here, watching the draft with the boy. No matter who the Panthers pick. Yeah, who cares if the Panthers pick? They're the Panthers. Panthers select Leggett. Okay, so they draft a wide receiver. According to Crafty, Xavier Leggett. Atlanta made this first round. They said, yeah, that was nuts. Atlanta went crazy. That was wild. That was crazy. That was absolutely wild. Atlanta, I mean, no one had that. Nobody had Atlanta taking Michael Penix. That was the craziest thing I think I've ever seen. I love these pictures they're showing in the background. Are these paintings of the team mascots? Those things are sweet. The Buccaneers one's awesome. The swashbuckler. All right, so Crafty to go 31 for 31 with the only pick he didn't make being when he was, again, can't even imagine what was going on in that bathroom. God have mercy on those walls. But to go 31 for 31, Crafty has predicted Xavier Leggett to the Carolina Panthers. Jerry Rice could go to the Panthers and it wouldn't matter. I mean, honestly, if the Panthers take 32nd overall, if they take a combination of Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, and Travis Gronkowski, a combination of Travis Kelce and Rob Gronkowski mixed together, if they draft that player at 32, it won't matter. They're still going to be terrible with Bryce Young and the rest of that roster. Mr. Houdat all day dropping bombs in there. The Florida Lee, the Hunters. Let's go. Let's see. Is it Leggett? Does Crafty do the impossible? Does he do the impossible, ladies and gentlemen? And then just like that, boom. After this pick, the Saints are... Gotta believe Bryce would have done better on any other team. Possibly. He had a tough start, for sure. But, you know. Bryce put together one of the worst... We had a video on that too, where Bryce put together statistically a season on par with Jamarcus Russell. In some parts, were worse than Jamarcus Russell's rookie season, which is considered usually the worst rookie season. They drafted Penix because Kirk said no when Kyle Pitts was asked for targets. My boy just sent a tweet about Atlanta's pick. 2 theories. Atlanta got bad news on Cousins' Achilles. Okay, possible. Atlanta tampering in free agency voids Kirk's contract. Okay. Javon Alvin dropped a couple bombs right there. That's very interesting. Both of those are very interesting, my friend. Would you plug Breeze into the coaching staff? No, I would not. Breeze would have to prove he can coach somewhere else. There you go, Crafty. It's official. Xavier Leggett. Crafty does it. Let's get some W's in the chat for Crafty. Let's get some W's in the chat for the boy. Unbelievable from Crafty. 31 for 31 with a huge asterisk. Huge asterisk on that 32nd. Unbelievable, Crafty. Unbelievable. Man, Javon, that is a crazy theory that the tampering voids his contract, which means Atlanta would basically release Kirk Cousins, start with Michael Penix, or Cousins' Achilles is cooked. He cheated? Not my boy Crafty. Crafty's strong ethics. Strong ethics. Panthers fans were holding signs with Bryce Young's face on it. I hope I'm never down that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ever holding a sign with Bryce Young's face on it, seek help. Seek God. Seek God, ladies and gentlemen, if that is ever you. Another tackle, their second round pick, possibly. Depends on who's there. But right now, Keon Coleman's probably like the main guy, right? Like Keon Coleman is the target now for 45. Keon Coleman is the player you want now. No one else is going to duplicate Breeze's performance regardless of being coached by it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, Breeze is probably a little different, but a lot of times great players don't make good coaches because the great players think differently. They have something else inside of them. It's usually players that aren't that talented and kind of have to bring themselves up that make the good coaches because then they can kind of tell the players how to be better, how to do whatever. What's the possibility of getting Andres Pete back? I'd say 50-50. I think letting him test the market and all that stuff is probably the appropriate plan of action. So I'd say 50-50. Crafty crafted a perfect draft. Mel Crafty Jr. Unbelievable stuff. Wow. What do you think about Adonai Mitchell? I like him. I'm ready to let go of the Breeze Payton era fully. That's over. That Breeze Payton era is over, pal. It's over. That's long gone. Breeze can be an elite play caller immediately. I don't know about that because Breeze had the elite play caller his whole career. Like Breeze had it. Breeze had the elite play caller. Breeze wasn't the elite play caller. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know if it translates like that. I don't know if it works like that. I'm not sure about that one. Who's got it worse? Besides the obvious need for O-line, do you think Ziegler and Kubiak being here will change the prototypical play? Yes, because Kubiak, most importantly, Kubiak is going to go after guys who can play in that wide zone running scheme. So it's a very different style player for sure, as far as the O-line. That's why we took Fuaga, because Fuaga is athletic enough to get out and stretch on those stretch run plays. Who's got it worse, Penix or Kirk? Penix might be benched for years, and Kirk just good question, Metallic. Damn. I think Penix got it worse because Kirk. Why does it matter to Kirk? If Kirk. Why does it matter to him if they have a backup? Penix is screwed, though, because Penix, if Kirk plays and Kirk plays well, Penix is just going to sit on the bench for 2 years. Just sit there and do nothing. Penix has no chance to play. If Kirk Cousins is healthy, if he's healthy and plays well, Penix has zero chance to the field. That's a horrible spot to be in for a guy who's already 24 years old. So I think Penix is in the worst spot. What about Sweat at 45? I like that. I had Sweat mocked a few times in my mock drafts. So him at 45 would be good. Need a pass catcher. Wish we would have traded up to get Leggett. I think if we get Coleman, that's fine. Coleman fills the Michael Thomas hole. Refs ran out of the tunnel before the interference replay was shown. Minnesota playoff game at the Dome. I was there. Yeah, I was there, Robert, for that one. I was there for that game. I was there for the Rams NFC Championship game. I was there for all of them. Falcons hoping for Jordan Love situation, I guess. But Jordan Love wasn't 24. Jordan Love wasn't 24 years old off 2 knee injuries. Very different. Leave Sweat for Cincy, please, and thank you. If this pick turns out to be a flop, will Loomis ever be on the hot seat? I don't think it can be a flop. When you're talking about an offensive lineman like that, for them to be a flop, they have to just not be able to play like Trevor Penning. Fuaga is way too seasoned to be Trevor Penning. I think Fuaga will be Fuaga's floor. The worst Fuaga will be is Cesar Ruiz. And is Cesar Ruiz going to get somebody fired? No. Maybe the Falcons are thinking if Kirk falters or misses serious time, they aren't wasting time filling the role permanently. Yeah, kind of, but not if he falters. Because you're not going to pay a guy $150 million guaranteed, and then if he screws up, you're not going to yank him, Coleman would be cool, but screw FSU. Malachi or Coleman, yep. Look at Penning. Yep, true. Penning is the guy Penning is a flop because he cannot play. But Penning was a developmental player. He's out of Northern Iowa. Fuaga has never given up a sack in his entire career, at a Power 5 school, right? So Fuaga can at least play. Will he be great? I don't know. But he can at least play the position. Penning never, we never knew if he could. Penning was a complete project from day one. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the draft has concluded. I mean, what a night. What a stream. What a time to be alive. 4.5 hours straight. No breaks. No bathroom breaks. No stop. No nothing. Over 400 people in here for most of the night. 470, I think, was our top. So just under 500 people watching for almost 4 hours. Never really got below 350. Over 300 all night long. Unbelievable support. Thank you so much, everybody. I mean, my thanks to each and every one of you for the support, for being in here, for choosing to spend the night watching the draft here instead of all the other channels, all the other opportunities. Unbelievable. Again, sincerely, my thanks to each and every one of you. We will have What a Return stream. Big shout out. James has been out here for years putting out the content. Big W's, man. Crafty, the realest one. Unreal to see Crafty and Bucks in here. Are you going live tomorrow? I don't know if I do go live this weekend. I will announce it on Twitter and all that stuff, so make sure you're following for the rest of the draft and all that stuff. Regular videos will for sure be on the channel. So go check out the channels for reaction videos to all of the stuff we talked about here tonight and all the stuff that happens later on. Thank you, James. Best live cast I've been to. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for all the kind words. I will see you in tomorrow's video, and then I will see you in the next video, and then hopefully we'll be live streaming again soon. Make sure to check the channels and all that stuff. And if you enjoyed the live stream and you are not subscribed and following all the channels, go do that. Make sure to go check it out wherever you consume content. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Again, have a fantastic night.